This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. It's a day off for the Commanders. They'll have a walkthrough tomorrow as training camp continues. First preseason game August 8th against the Patriots. Head coach Dan Quinn on how cornerback Mike Sanderstill helps Trey Amos.
What a great teammate to have that resource to talk about different things. But yeah, he's really has I've been bragging about him for a long time, but Mike has a lot of leadership to him, and you hear me talk about developing the leaders within. He's very much in the front of that list.
The Astros defeat the Nationals 7-4. The bullpen's Andre Lara allows 4 runs, but Luis Garcia Jr. hit a homer.
Well, he throw him another one on 0-2. Abrams dancing off third. Here's the pitch. Swing and a fly ball to right field. This is deep. This is way back. This ball is gone. Goodbye. Bang! Zoom goes Luis Garcia Jr., who figured out the changeup there and got out in front on it and takes it out of here for his 9th home run of the year. A 2-out, 2-run shot here in Houston draws the boos from the Astros fans as the ball is thrown back onto the field. Luis Garcia Jr. has given the Nationals the lead here at the top of the third. It's the Nationals 2 and the Astros 1.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Series wraps up today 1:40 p.m. The Braves star Ronald Acuna Jr. headed to the IL with Achilles tightness. Mystics defeated the Sky 103-86. Venus Williams to play mixed doubles at the U.S. Open. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Brooklyn side, fade to A.
Lose all your soul. And Beaver don't crep a roll. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to BMitch Finlay, and all the boys are back together again. The prison cell, the aquarium, we're all here. Good morning, Brian.
And Brian is early.
Yo, late Brian was here when I
he was
walked
here.
in.
We walked in. I couldn't believe it. Once out of 200 days.
I don't know that the air conditioning is properly working in here, but it does feel better than the tent.
It kind of feels it feels a little bit like the tent. Because I'm already starting to perspire a little bit,
A
dog.
little perspiration. We'll see how it goes. We're back. Landfill, I'm sure, is thrilled to see us. White Brian can barely contain his enthusiasm. We're off and running, and honestly, got a little breaking news here off the top. Mark Seagraves, who has just dominated this the stadium story, the RFK Stadium story throughout, just tweeted out. Maybe the Commanders have announced this too. The Commanders sent everybody on the city council, from Mendelson all the way to Felder, everybody involved, they sent a new letter regarding the redevelopment of the RFK campus, and there is a lot in here. But one of the biggest questions, what's one thing, unless you're working with Paul Henry, what's one thing that happens in construction? It ends up costing more.
Oh, yeah.
Right? This letter is to Mendelson and all of the council members, and the first bullet point, much like, you know how you and I always circle back to the first bullet point on the Senate's legislation that gave the city the land back?
Yep.
The first bullet point was to build a stadium. Right?
Yeah.
The first bullet point tends to be the most important. The first bullet point in this letter, and I read now, the club will be responsible for all cost overruns for the stadium and parking projects. The club is also responsible for all stadium maintenance costs in excess of the stadium maintenance fund. That's been a huge topic. Who's going to pay when the costs go higher?
Yeah.
And they're left hand up. we're paying for it, dude.
Well, if they're like I said, we're looking at a stadium right now that they're redoing and adding parts to. There's a practice facility that they may stay at or they may leave it, but they are upgrading it and they're investing in it. They understand to keep value, you got to put something into it. So if this stadium is built as they say it's going to be, there will be things that needs to be done to keep it going. And if you are benefiting from it, why wouldn't you want to do it? And let's be real. Eventually, when the other side starts getting money, they'll realize that, we have to help out too. They'll do it. It all it'll go where it's supposed to go as time goes on. I understand that, and listen, you want to get as much as you can out of this thing, but you can't keep expecting everything out of it if you ain't putting nothing in it.
Totally. I'm going to continue to read here because this is really interesting. I retweeted it. Seagraves had it first to me, of my knowledge. The second bullet point. This has been a huge sticking point because you do events over there. The fields at RFK, all these playing fields for these kids, are packed. And they got flag football, soccer. It's always jumping over there with kids' sports. And let's be real. You don't want to lose that. You understand construction could change things. But the second bullet point says, the club will plan construction and development of the stadium and the mixed-use environment in a manner that allows the fields at RFK campus to remain open.
I thought that was discussed already, though.
Sure, but now
they're just adding it in a letter.
The team is just putting it official on the record. You got this now. All right, we got a few more related to transportation, okay? They will develop a parking plan that does not preclude the construction of a new infill metro rail station on or near Oklahoma Avenue if it is deemed necessary as the full build-out of the RFK campus. So they're going to start building stuff, but if they need a new metro stop, they're going to make room for it.
All right.
Where's Oklahoma Avenue? On the north side of it? I will say, B, now, granted, I haven't been to the metro over there recently, but, the metro stations that are there serviced games at that stadium.
It did.
I maybe you need to refurbish the joints that are there, but, I don't really understand why you need more metros when the stadium will probably be bigger and have more amenities.
It was. You got to realize this thing wasn't used for how long?
I understand they probably need some refurbishments and stuff. I just don't understand why you need another metro.
But if
There's
they're going to build this stadium as they say, and you're going to probably have to dig down some and do some different things, you may have to adjust where it's located, where the actually interest point is located.
I get it. I just roughly, what did RFK seat? 55? It was small, right? Right. So if 54,000 used to be able to take the metro there, and it wasn't that long ago, the Nats were still playing there, DC United was still playing there. The metro still operates over there. Mm-hmm. But if they were able to handle 50, 60,000 people then.
But see, that's the difference, Jay. You're going to have 65,000 people to a stadium, while on top of it, you're trying to build other stuff around
that's true.
Which is going to change up the amount of people and everything else over there.
Yeah, that's true. The club, how about this one? Because there is a lot of concern about tailgating. I think it's kind of misguided. I think people view things through their current prism rather than trying to imagine what the next prism will look like. Mm-hmm. I've been to every stadium in the NFL. There are urban stadiums where people still tailgate. Oh, yeah. Go to Baltimore. You don't have to go that far to figure it out.
Yeah, they tailgate in those parking lots.
What ends up happening is people that have parking lots near there, people will let you park at their house. They'll tailgate for you. That used to happen back in the 90s. I think oh my God, how are we going to tailgate is overthought. I think
it's overblown as well.
I also think the bars that are right there, all of a sudden will have $3 hot dogs.
Listen, man, you may go tailgating and people love to tailgate. But if you don't have the position and you have other means, you're going to try and figure out something else. And you will find a way.
I think for the people that are committed to tailgating, and I know lots of them, I am pro tailgating, right? I love a good tailgate. It'll get figured out.
Yeah.
But I also think in 5 years, 6 years, when games are getting played at this stadium, You see the Waymos driving around all of a sudden?
Mm-hmm.
Remember in Phoenix, they were everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I just think 5 years from now, so many more people will be just Ubering everywhere or, like, riding in these driverless cars everywhere.
Uh-huh.
Like, I just think the world's
Even the
going to
mayor
keep changing.
stated that.
What's that?
The mayor stated that in one of her talks.
What'd she say?
The driverless cars and the Ubering and how transportation is going to be, where people could talk about all the parking. Say, hell, well, most people won't be driving a car. They'll be showing up, get dropped off, and then catching the car to go home.
Right. Like, if they had to do one thing, forward thinking, because it doesn't look like my boats are going to happen. I've been banging the boat drum. Apparently, have you ever tried to take a boat up to the stadium?
To the RFK Stadium?
Yeah.
No.
So a buddy of mine did. You know my boy Kelly, because he's heard me talk about it, and he has a boat that he keeps right there by the airport.
Okay.
And he's like, dude, there's like a dam or something. Like there's some restriction.
They discussed.
I want boats.
They discussed the waterfront and all that stuff. And I believe if you're going to start building stuff on it, you're going to open it up.
Hold up, fellas.
You might have to dredge it.
That would be hard. I fished the water that's right there accessible to RFK.
Uh-huh.
Catch some big fish back there too. But it would be kind of hard for boats to stay there because the water level is so low.
Right.
That's
You'd
what
have
I'm
to
saying.
dredge it and all
But
sorts
it's
of
dammed up right now, so you're not getting much back in there.
There's something like preventing
If they
boats
were
from
to
being...
open that thing up, you can get some water in there.
So,
Because I'm going to tell you, I don't care what the water look like. When you got waterfront, people will use it.
for sure. Things continue here. The team is committing to all sorts of environmental and community efforts. The club will ensure that the stadium and mixed-use environments are built in a manner that honors the legacy of the late Senator Robert F. Kennedy, including opportunities to memorialize him and his good works in park names, private street names, or other respectful measures. Obviously, that thing was called DC Stadium, and then RFK was killed. He was assassinated in California, and they renamed it after him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would be very surprised, Brian, if there wasn't a stadium naming rights deal.
Oh, it's gonna be.
If it didn't become, American Express Field at
American
RFK
Express,
Stadium.
Yeah, bam. Yeah, listen, you're going to have that name in it, but you know what? The person that's dropping those dollars is going to be having their name up there, too.
The club has also committed $50 million for additional community benefits. And there's this, I like this. I'm going to read it, and then you tell me what you're hearing, B. The club will invest $50 million over 30 years in community benefits, prioritizing businesses and residents in wards 5, 7, and 8, where, frankly, not many people are prioritizing businesses, I add parenthetically, including annual club reporting of the CBA investments. $20 million to be invested over 30 years for the creation and continued support of a Commanders Youth Academy focusing on educational success and youth sports located in Ward 7. The Commanders Youth Academy will be a year-round, high-impact initiative that leverages the power of football to deliver athletic development, tutoring services, academic support, mentorship, and leadership training to underserved youth across D.C. I love that. Like, build. Even if ultimately what you're building is kind of just a Boys and Girls Club, but it's called Commanders Youth Academy instead of Boys and Girls Club, like a YMCA, just a place for kids to go where they can get their homework done, they can play hoops, play football, like a safe space for underserved kids right there. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. But it's going to take more than just the Commanders building the site there. It's going to take community people also being a part of it.
Sure.
And making sure that it stays how it's supposed to be.
When we had Councilman McDuffie on last week, I asked him, because I read this really interesting article about food deserts in impoverished areas, right? And how like people want to eat healthy, they just don't have access to healthy food. Like if you don't have a car and the only place you can get food within 2 miles of your house is fast food, it's really hard to live on salads and grilled chicken. $3 million to be invested over 10 years to provide grocery subsidies in Ward 7. That's putting an impact right where you're going. I tweeted it out. Seagraves has it if you want to look at that more. to me, by far the headline is they're committing to cost overruns.
There you go.
And I think it's easy to get caught up in the how much, how many major events will be there. I think major events where
You got to get the damn stadium built before you start realizing how many major events going to be somewhere.
I just think, to me,
if the stadium's not built right now, there's not many people going to be locking in. You're going to find out there's going to be other spots getting locked in prior to that one.
I think big events where you're talking, you get 3/4 of the stadium full, right? I think you got, call it 10 Commanders games a year. I think realistically you probably get 3 college football games in there. Soccer, like, Manchester United comes to town to play some soccer.
Yeah.
Like what you can count on, I think year to year you can count on like 20 big events a year. And then you add, there's a lot of like smaller stuff that gets hosted, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think looking at Dallas and New York maybe is unfair because Jerry World is so over the top. New York is just so big. There's so much stuff that happens there.
I remember you got the lore of the nation's capital.
Sure.
So you can begin to pull stuff like that, too.
But, like, if you look, Fortier wrote a story in the Post this morning about kind of the what constitutes major events and all these things. If you look at Atlanta, Minnesota, Vegas, I mean, they're all at about 130, 150 big events a year. I think
the question I would ask
ran correctly, that sounds about right.
If ran correctly, but there's a big old building over there right downtown right now called the Convention Center.
Yeah.
How many events happen there per year?
Ton.
Okay. So if you were having a lot of events there, and some of them probably can't because of the way it is, you could probably push some stuff back over to that area too. And let's be real. You think they're going to want to just get rid of that as well? Because that is a moneymaker for them too.
Yeah, totally. I think if you, like I used to go to this crazy event, Taste of the South. You ever go to that?
I've been to it.
Taste of the South, they used to have it at the Armory when I was going to it, 20, 15 years ago. I imagine now that's at Anthem or something. There are some of these big events that I think will rotate. If you have a dope indoor stadium, like so people understand.
The fact that the stadium going to be indoor, that's going to open up even more opportunities.
Totally. I've been to big-ass stadiums when it's not a big-ass event. Think about media night at the Super Bowl, right? Like, it's basically just the field is full, and there's some performances and stuff. Like, there'll be lots of that.
I've been to Northwest Stadium when there are 4 or 5 different events going on at a time.
Right.
It's not necessarily the whole field is being occupied, but they have all of those different areas where we can have one event here for one company, another one upstairs for another company. Then when they used to have that club up there, that could be another one. So you can have the 200. All 200 may not be 60,000 people, but you can have 200 events easily.
Right. And if you build out the surrounding areas, right? Like if you have cool bars over there and nice apartments and there's a grocery store and like there's a way for everybody just to operate and live there and it becomes like Nats Park. Like this Navy Yard area is at its most packed during Nats home games.
Mm-hmm.
But as 5 dudes that work down here every day, it's packed plenty all the time.
Yes.
Like you could build up another part of the city. And I think I think that's the key here. I think it's an exciting day. Obviously, there's a hearing over there. We're hoping to get Seagraves on the line, but he's also got to work this hearing, so we'll see how it goes. I also just, for the Commanders to come out and say, we're going to handle the cost overruns, how many more steps can they take to show we're the right partner for this? Let's do it.
Listen, I don't think they need to show me any more steps because I believe this deal is going to go through. And be honest with you on that. I said that from the beginning.
I do too.
I believe this. It's just like if let's say 8 guys go to go have dinner, then the bill comes and everybody starts talking. Well, I had this, I had that. what would I normally do? Or what you would do? Give me the damn check and just pay it. Because I'm not going to sit up here nickel and dime every per person.
Right.
So what they're basically saying is, look, man, to hell with all of this stuff. We'll handle it. Okay?
Let's get this
and
done.
Listen, because you get the deal done. But then again, when you handle everything, you come back at the end, you are now the dictator. You decide what's going to happen. Listen, we handled all this stuff. As we go through this thing, let's do it like this. Because I got tired of all the stuff in the beginning, so I took care of it. And now, just like you say, when you want to borrow money from John Leahy to go build a house, what happens? You have to pay it back, right?
But you make more money on it.
In essence, this is what's going on. He's at the point now where he's tired of people talking about, well, I had one drink, you had 4 drinks. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear that crap.
Like Tarek the other night, just handling it. We appreciate you.
That's what I'm saying. That's how you got to do it sometimes. And I applaud them for saying, you know what, enough is enough. We have to get this thing started and start moving forward. Let's get this done.
Speaking of John Leahy, maybe you want to go buy a house by the new stadium. Call John. He can hook you up. He is the DMV MVP of real estate.
Or if you inherited the house, just like Barbara, she had inherited the house in North Chesterfield, and it was an incomplete disrepair. That's exactly why she was eager to sell it. Dee, an agent from the Fine Living Group, was committed to making that happen for Barbara, in spite of the fact that it required a 2-hour commute for her both ways. Initially, another agent was involved, only to see the deal fall through 2 weeks later, due to a disagreement between both parties. From there, Dee made all the difference. She quickly found a buyer who was the right fit, one who understood the condition and value of the property. It wasn't an easy process, but in the end, everybody walked away happy. Who says there are no guarantees in life? Check out John Leahy's guaranteed offer right there on his website, and you can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. Talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs.
And it's like B mentioned. Say you want to sell your house. You know the market's a little shaky right now, and you know that if you make a couple upgrades, it's going to make it way more marketable. Talk to John. You might not have to put the cash out. Say you want to redo a bathroom. It's going to cost you 11 G's. Talk to John. He can front the money. He knows contractors. He knows how to get it done fast, right? Talk to John, make the improvements, sell your house faster and for more money. Then you just settle up with John on the back end at closing. That makes a difference, folks. That's the John Leahy difference. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com. Or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. BMitch Finlay, 1067 The Fan. Lot going on in Major League Baseball. B and I have been out in Ashburn day after day after day, but we wanted to kind of catch up with baseball as the trade deadline is right here. And obviously for the Washington Nationals, that's going to mean some decisions need to be made. Mark Zuckerman has been covering this team.
Mark's the best.
In my mind, since its inception at Mass and Sports. Mark Zuckerman joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Zuck, what's up, dude? How are you, bud?
Hey, guys. It's going to be a busy 24 hours, I have a feeling.
Oh, boy. All right, so that's what we wanted to talk about. Obviously, the trade deadline, we're right up against it. I've seen some tweets about Mackenzie Gore and the Nationals are listening. What do you think is realistic over these next 24 hours, from kind of veterans they're going to ship out to some of these really good young players?
Yeah, I mean, you start with the guys who are on the expiring contract. So Josh Bell, Michael Soroka, who pitched last night, Kyle Finnegan, who has pitched better the last several times after a really rough stretch there. A couple of relievers like Andrew Chafin, even Luis Garcia, the reliever, not the second baseman, who's only been here a little while, but has done really well, and he's a veteran on a one-year deal. You figure, if not all of them, most of them are probably going to go because they're not part of the long-term plan. They could have some value to contenders. You're not going to get a lot in return for most of them, I wouldn't think. It's not like any of them have just had fantastic seasons, but Soroka will bring you something because he can start. Finnegan, he may not be a closer on a contending team, but he's a fairly reliable an experienced bullpen arm, so that probably brings you something. Josh Bell's gotten hot lately, so that probably helps you some. So I think those are the obvious ones that you look at. And then you go into that next category, which is players who are under control beyond this year. And that's where you start wondering, would they move a Nathaniel Lowe, who has a year to go? Would they even move a Luis Garcia Jr., the second baseman, if they don't feel like he fits into the long-term plan? They have an outfield logjam. Would teams be interested in an Alex Call or a Jacob Young for their defense and their base running? And then the big fish, Mackenzie Gore. There's plenty of interest from contending teams in him. It really boils down to, is Mike DiBartolo willing to move his ace, who has 2 more years of control? How much would he ask for in a trade? And then on top of that all, would ownership give him the approval to make that kind of trade? Because that's a big one that you've got to be able to justify to your fan base why you're trading away supposedly one of your core young pieces.
Do you think that's a possibility, though?
I think it's possible. I'm not going to say it's likely, though. I think there's a lot of hurdles to get there. And I take Mike DiBartolo at his word when he said to us, he'll listen when people are calling, and they've been calling for sure, but he's not actively trying to move Gore. Now, that said, somebody calls in and they say, hey, we're going to give you, these 3 top 50 prospects in baseball for an ace who has 2.5 years of control, then you might have to say, okay, that is more valuable to us, and we're willing to do that. I think that's what it boils down to. Will anyone cross that threshold, whatever it is, that's willing to give up something of real consequence? If you make that move, you've got to be able to sell it to everybody, your fan base, the ownership, everybody, and say, I had to do this. This was too good to pass up. Is that going to happen? I'm going to say probably not, but I didn't think that the Soto deal was going to happen 3 years ago, and look at what A.J. Preller offered from the Padres, and in the end, as hard as that was, they got 3 All-Stars out of it and a couple more prospects we may see someday. So it's not going to be that big of a package, but if they offer something that it's clear that, hey, this is too good to pass up, then I think you have to at least acknowledge that possibility.
Talking with Mark Zuckerman here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can give Mark a follow at Mark Zuckerman. Also, make sure you're checking out the Nats Chat podcast. The Gore stuff is really interesting. He seems like maybe league-wide kind of the biggest possible piece that could get moved. Why is there so much conversation around Gore and not around Abrams?
I think it has to do with where they are in their service time, I guess, at this point, where Mackenzie Gore is 2+ years away. That's the same spot that Soto was in. Abrams has another year after that. And, what it boils down to is this. If you're the Nationals, and particularly DiBartolo now, and you see how things have gone this year and has not gone anywhere close to the way it was planned. And if you believe that this team really isn't going to be in a position to win big, and I'm not just talking about like have a winning record, but like challenge for a title before Gore can become a free agent after the 2027 season, then that's why you would consider the possibility. Whereas Abrams, you've got him to 2028. You would certainly hope by then things have turned around. It also boils down to whatever feeling you may have that he might stay in the long run. Gore is a Scott Boras client.
Right.
And we know how this usually works. It's not impossible, but chances are he's going to take it all the way to free agency before even considering signing. Abrams is not with Boras, so maybe as a guy that you could in theory sign long-term, you're less concerned about that. You never say never in that stuff, but I think that's the difference with Gore versus Abrams. It's the difference in years to go before they can become a free agent and, quite honestly, who their agent is.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. With DeBartolo in this role, and, I mean, he's been in this role for, 3 weeks, 2 weeks. Do you have any sense of if he wants to press the gas and try to be the architect of a long-term new rebuild and he can really get his fingerprints on it? Or is he kind of in like just a caretaker situation where he's just got to get this to the finish line this year and then who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, I think that's the fascinating part of it all. I'm sure he, having worked here for a dozen years and worked his way up the ladder, I know he's got plenty of thoughts and ideas of what he would love to do if he had the opportunity. But you're still an interim GM, and you don't know for sure that you're getting the job long term. And if his goal is to get the job long term, you've got to be making decisions now that convince ownership you are the right choice for it. So I think that's why when it comes to, Gore and those kind of players who are here beyond this year, you have to be really careful with that and not make these gigantic decisions that affect the club years down the road when you don't know yourself if you're going to be here years down the road. The short-termers, that's a different story. So I think that is definitely a part of the equation, and it's a tricky position that he's in. Yeah. Yes, he's worked with the Lerner family. Yes, he probably has a leg up in some way because of his experience here, but he's not guaranteed the job. And I think at minimum, they're going to interview other candidates for it when the season's over. So he has an opportunity to make a case for himself, but how do you do that? Is it bold and let's say, hey, we're tearing it down and starting over, or is it more calculated? Here's a savvy move here, a savvy move there. And I still believe that this team can be a winning team with this core group together if you just give me the resources to do that next year.
You better be sitting down with the ownership and talking to them about the possibilities, get their feel and go do it. Because sitting there not knowing what to do and doing nothing, that's the quickest way to get let go.
No, exactly. And that's why you have to be active in some ways. So, we already saw them trade Ahmed Rosario the other day. That's why I said I think all of those players on the expiring contracts, if not all of them, almost all of them, it would make perfect sense to move them. So you do want to show them what you're capable of doing. And, when a season doesn't go the way you want, can you turn those short-term assets into long-term assets? That's what the job really is. So I expect him to be aggressive in that regard. I think it's just the real question is how bold is he willing to go and how much will they let him do that kind of thing under the circumstances. This isn't Mike Rizzo, who already has a lot of capital built up and knows, at least prior to this year, that he's making decisions that he's going to be around to see the benefits of. If you're DeBartolo, you don't know that for certain.
And then in the meantime, you've got a team still playing games, right? In Houston. And it's just really tough to know kind of what they've got. How are they responding kind of coming out of the break where a lot has changed? Definitely played some good baseball in Minnesota. The bats got hot. Got a chance to maybe take a series today, I think. I mean, how are the players holding up in all this?
That first week after it all happened, there was still some shock to it, and I think there was an adjustment period. They came back from the All-Star break, and I feel like they did kind of flip a switch there and said, all right, this is the new norm for us now. Let's go out and do what we can do. And they've played better. They've won 2 series in a row. They have a shot at another one today against a good team. And you do have your ace. Mackenzie Gore is scheduled to start today for all we know now. That could change, I guess, but my guess is he will start. So they're actually in a decent position. And they're doing this with James Wood in the first real slump of his career as well. Let's point that out, that they've actually been able to win some games. They've done it by getting better pitching for the most part. So I think it's stabilized. Once you get through these next 48 hours, and there's going to be a good amount of change and a lot of faces gone, and they're going to have to replace them with AAA players, or perhaps in some of these trades they acquire big league players. This roster could look pretty different on Friday. And now that you're past that, now you've got exactly 1/3 of the season to go, 54 games after today. There's going to be a different kind of motivation, and they're going to have to summon that up in what is now, a losing season, but an opportunity for whoever is here, all the young guys especially, to make their case for why they should be part of the plan moving forward.
Hey, last thing from me, Zuck. What's the deal with Dylan Cruz? I feel like we were told the injury wasn't that bad, and I feel like we haven't seen him in months.
We haven't.
So he is just past the 2-month mark, and he did last night for the first time started his rehab assignment with Rochester, AAA team. They're playing in Charlotte. He played 4 innings. He got 2 at-bats, got hit by a pitch, but everything appears to be fine there. I think, you miss that much time, and they were very careful with it, but with oblique injuries, I think you see this all the time. It ends up being longer than you think, because it's so easy to re-injure that with just one minor movement that they wanted to be 100% sure. And certainly in the state that they're in this season, why take that chance? So he's now got to make up time for all the games that he missed. And so I think he'll spend the week at AAA. And if at the end of that he's playing 9 innings and he's feeling good, I think we could see him back in the lineup in the big leagues a week from now. It's been frustrating for everyone, himself included. The team was better with him in there, and they expect to be better with him back. But this wound up taking a good chunk of time. By the time he comes back, it's about 2.5 months. That's almost half a season that he ends up missing because of this.
That's crazy. Mark, I know you got to run. Thank you for the time, man. We appreciate you.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
That's our friend Mark Zuckerman from Masson Sports. You can read all his work at massonsports.com. Check out the Nats Chat podcast, or give him a follow at Mark Zuckerman. Going to be a busy 24 hours for the Washington Nationals. I'm curious what the heck they do with Gore, because that's obviously a big piece, and we'll
That's
see.
what they can get pieces for.
All right. Coming up at 11, Neil Greenberg joins the program.
BMitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part working with Rude, the systems are whisper quiet. Not only is your house perfectly cool in the summer, you also got no more of those noisy interruptions that wake you up in the middle of the night. The key is humidity control. It's hot and humid in D.C. If you control the humidity, you control the temperature in your house. That's what Rude does. Comfort and performance, perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the cash, too, man. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
It ain't right. BMitch Finlay, 1067 The Fan. So Seagraves just tweeted this out. And this just kind of pisses me off, Brian. So everybody's waiting for this hearing. City Council, I think a ton of Burgundy and Gold fans are going to roll in there and testify they want this stadium to get built. This is the public hearing.
Uh-huh.
Now, this was 15 minutes ago, but Seagraves tweeted out, in typical Mendo, I guess that's Chairman Mendelson's nickname. In typical Mendo fashion, 10 a.m. hearing on RFK Stadium, more than 30 minutes late, starting as public, Commanders representatives, Mayor Bowser, and several D.C. council members wait. Chairman Mendelson reportedly in closed-door meeting. You just flexing?
Bruh, that's what I said from the beginning. This dude here is just he wants to, in some type of way, act as if, look what I did, look what I did. Really, he's not doing nothing but holding things up.
Just flexing. I did want to circle back on this because we're going to get pretty Commanders heavy here. You think they should trade Gore?
Listen, man, baseball, building baseball teams troubles me. It's strange. And I know people, well, it's just different. It's just, how do you say you're going to rebuild when you constantly get rid of the people that can help you build quicker? So I understand it. Now, if they get a hell of a haul, yes. But even when you mention C.J. Abrams, you got to keep some damn players. I know you could get, just like you got that big haul for Soto and a lot of people worked out, you can get a big haul and they all don't work out.
Well, it's like the Soto trade, you could say they did get some really good players, right?
Yeah, but
they're 20 games under 500.
Yeah, but you some of those players you want to at least have them on your team when your team is playing better, right?
Dude, it's kind of interesting. I don't know who I was talking to about this yesterday, but we got to experience the Nationals as a team that spent and had good ownership, and they aggressively tried to win championships. It seemed like it was like that for like a decade. They had to build it up, and then they started really spending money and building out a championship team. Now they operate like the Pirates, They operate like a have-not. And their record reflects it.
Yeah.
I mean, their record's pretty similar to like the Athletics or the Pirates. And I don't know if it's better. I think it's Shakespeare. Is it better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all? Like, I'm in this Nats zone where it's just so frustrating
how
to
much
see.
it hurts.
Right. Like, now I know what this should look like.
Yeah.
How you could build around Wood and Gore and Abrams. You could build around these dudes.
Yes.
Or you could just leave them out there on the island to flip them again and then just
But
reset
that's
the
what
cycle.
It's like it seems like this team is always trying to flip something. When do you get to a point where you have to add people to things that you have? We always talk about building things. We talk about a foundation. When do you get the foundation that you go? Right now, there's no foundation. If you just keep getting rid of everybody that begins to show something, then where's the foundation?
Right.
I mean, you build nothing without a foundation. So at this point, sometimes you got to just bite the bullet and say, we're going to keep these guys alone, especially if the guys are good, and start bringing people to add to that. You can't always be looking for the next thing when you don't have a thing.
See, my problem is I just don't think until the learners sell, I just don't have much faith in them spending money. Now, I would love to be proven wrong. If they go back to how they operated during the 2010s, left hand up, I'll apologize to you. But currently, you're running a very cheap organization. And until that changes, I think you should trade Gore. Like, I understand that it sucks, but just keep getting more prospects in, so maybe the next ownership will come in and they'll spend around stud young players.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's where I'm at. Landfill, where are you? Trade Gore or not?
Yeah, they should trade him.
Why?
Well, they're definitely not going to re-sign him.
Right. It's
But if they know they're not going to re-sign him, then hell, you get rid of him now. But the whole thing about it is that whole narrative has to change.
Yeah.
And the way that changes is you get rid of the ownership has to be changed.
the idea of like, oh, it's a Boris guy. They can't keep Boris guys. You know who are Boris guys? The best players in baseball.
Mhm.
So, like, you're just admitting you can't compete. And you know what happened when you were winning games and going to the playoffs and eventually won a World Series? You had Boris guys, and you worked out contracts. Max Scherzer was a Boris guy, and they signed him in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
So don't tell me it can't happen. This ownership group did that. They signed a Boris guy.
Mm-hmm.
They kept Strasburg. Ended up being bad, but they dealt with Scott Boras. If you're going to win in Major League Baseball, you have to deal with Scott Boras.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Interesting times in Nats Town. When we come back, Neil Greenberg joins the program.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. Commanders news regarding RFK Stadium area redevelopment. In a letter sent to D.C. council members from Commanders, the club promises to take care of several things, including being responsible for all cost overruns for the stadium and parking projects. Also, all stadium maintenance costs in excess of the stadium maintenance fund. The club will plan construction and development of the stadium and the mixed-use environment in a manner that allows the fields at RFK campus to remain open. The club will collaborate with the district on parking and road improvements. The club will invest $50 million over 30 years in community benefits. Commanders' day off at training camp, at least for practices. They're getting ready for the first preseason game August 8th against the Patriots. Head coach Dan Quinn on young wide receiver Luke McCaffrey.
He was always somebody that could pick up on the offense quickly. He's got a background as quarterback, but you kind of see like maybe before there were still some times, I think like the quarterback, now you see him thinking like the receiver.
Trey Hendrickson has reported to the Bengals. Astros beat the Nationals 7-4. They wrap up the series today at 1:40 on the Fan with Mackenzie Gore getting the call. The Astros are inquiring with the Minnesota Twins about returning Carlos Correa. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD for more information. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. When you hear Ozzy, R.I.P., time to talk to Neil Greenberg. Of course, you can read Neil Greenberg's work in the Washington Post. You can give him a follow at @ngreenberg. Neil joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Greenberg, what's up, dude? How are you?
I'm doing super. How are you two doing?
Doing good, brother.
We're good,
What's
man.
happening?
Not in a tent today, so that's different.
Not as hot.
Although it's getting hotter for sure in the prison cell. I guess.
Nah, it's getting cooler now. Jeff turned on the heat. I mean, on the air conditioner. Yeah, it's cooler now.
Greenberg,
Earlier, though.
you noticed the same thing I did, that the Commanders kind of announced a number of more benefits to get this stadium deal over the finish line. To me, there's a lot in there, and they're going to work to make sure there's skate parks and public parks and grocery stores, but guaranteeing the cost of overruns, I think, is the biggest deal in this thing by a mile.
Without a doubt. I mean, that is showing that the Commanders want to get this deal done. They're trying to remove as many roadblocks as possible, and I think that that's great. I mean, I think that that's a huge move from the organization to make sure, hey, the costs for you are going to be fixed. We know we run into situations where stuff's more expensive, things go awry, et cetera. We're going to cover all that. We just need you to commit to, what you promised to commit to. I think that should go a long way to the council to get this thing done.
Will it go a long way? Because right now they're running behind because Mendo always feel like he got to do something else.
Well, that's part of this is how the sausage is made, right? I mean, it's a bunch of wheeling and dealings, and the way it's set up is that one person can tank the whole thing in some situations. Everyone wants to be the champion of their ward, of their state, of their district, and they have to run for re-election, and the only way they can run for re-election is if they get results. So I never thought this would be a smooth process. I think the mayor tipped her hand of sorts, showing how important it was to her to get this team back in the district. And I think the council people saw that, and they said, okay, well, we have the leverage here, and we're going to make sure that we get the best possible deal, not the quickest possible deal. And I don't think we're at the finish line yet. But again, I think that the organization with the overages is great.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's got the best HVAC products in the DMV. All right, we're going to switch to the actual football. You just retweeted this dude, Matt Waldman, who I'm not familiar with his work, but I totally agree with the sentiment. I believe it was J.J. Watt last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, had this really long rant about how dumb it is. And this goes on the media, frankly, but about how the media keeps, like, track of stats in training camp, and just how silly it all is. And I think you agree with it. I want to just kind of let you expand on this.
Yeah, so social media in particular has allowed the proliferation of a lot of information, and I think we're all guilty of this. In terms of we want the pixels, we want the our job is to get attention for our work. That's for both you and I and the radio station, et cetera. And sometimes that's coming up with things that are just bite-sized nuggets to put out there and hope people talk about. The thing is with training camp in particular, you have guys running around in shorts. There's no defenders. There's just a lot of practice going on. And what Matt Waldman does, and Matt Waldman is one of the pioneers in fantasy football, coverage and analytics and things of that nature. And he was just talking about, the signal and the noise, like what should you be paying attention to? What can you kind of cast aside as irrelevant? And the quarterback stats are largely irrelevant because, again, it's just practice. And someone had tweeted that Tua has 7 practices and 0 interceptions, and how good he looks in training camp. And my thinking is, well, there's no NFL defense lining up, across from him. Of course, he shouldn't have any interceptions. So it's just that sort of thing, especially as we get into the fantasy football aspect of it, and then obviously the games are played for real. Tua, it'd be a lot more concerning if Tua was throwing interceptions, I guess, to coaches who are out there on the field, as opposed to not throwing any at all.
I think the chemistry built in training camp is more important than the stats that people did really do.
100%.
So
100%.
It's funny because I know defensive players pull up a lot of times and don't really go after the ball, and offensive players, like, after they know they would have been flattened, they run for 50 yards and fans cheer. So the stats would be automatically skewed anyway.
What if the coach says, hey, throw it to 83, I really got to see what he's got?
Yes.
Like
it's a lot of that. So, like, I used to watch Robert scramble in 7-on-7, and the fans would lose their minds. And you saw that? I'm like, no, I didn't see anything because he wouldn't run. He's not supposed to run in that drill.
Right, exactly. Context is really important. There's some other stats out there, going around, and a lot of it is you need to know exactly, and I'm talking a real game situation, like you need to know exactly what the quarterback was told to do, and then kind of get his reasoning of why he did or didn't do it in order to flag it as a certain type of stat, right? Like throwing into tight coverage is certainly something we can measure, but we really can't measure like first read. Like we don't know for certain who the first read for the quarterback was. We think we can, and maybe we can see like his eyes, but like we have no idea for certain what the call was, what the coverage was, what the changes were, or anything like that. I mean, so there's just a lot of stuff out there that I think you have to be wary of. I wouldn't call it snake oil type stuff, but there's a lot of things out there that are not that don't really mean anything. And when I mean when I say that, it doesn't contribute to winning. It doesn't contribute to a team or a player's talent. Like it doesn't tell us anything. It's just a number, and we just move on with our lives.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 2 thoughts to that. One, like, That's part of the reason I have such a hard time using PFF grades as a metric that matters, because they have no idea what the design of the play was. So
That's a great point.
If you don't know what the design of the play is, how do you grade someone on if they achieved that goal, right? And then it's one thing if you want to like present information based on your what you glean from the play, but like to something that is so subjective that you don't know what the outcome was supposed to be, and then to assign a grade to it, just it doesn't add up to me. And then two, that's what made, when Cooley was doing those film breakdowns after games for so long, what made them so great was he had the playbook and he knew what it was supposed to look like and then what happened. And nobody I can't imagine a world where any football team is letting one of their media guys do that anymore.
Well, that team was.
Right. That was a Dan special, but like it's just it's so different now. And then Greenberg, I'm curious where you land on this. I did this interview with these young guys from Norfolk, and I kind of landed in a similar space. I don't know how we got to this, but like training camp stats are so dumb. Now, I get it for New York or in Cleveland. If you have these quarterback battles and you want to track exactly how each quarterback is performing, I could kind of wrap my head around that. But I think all the talk around regression with the Commanders and with Jaden Daniels, and surely they can't be that good on fourth down again. Like, nobody says that about Detroit, who goes for it on fourth down all the time. Nobody says that about Philly. And maybe Philly's more unique because of the tush push, but like, whatever. That's not even where I'm headed. I feel like it started with fantasy and then the incredible growth of fantasy and then best ball and all that. But then really the proliferation of player props has made sports fans so number driven that the numbers are like out of whack important.
Well, I'll even take it a step further. I think a lot of it has to do with the adoption of baseball analytic mindset into other sports. But baseball is different because you have a pitcher versus a hitter. And, you know, the regression around that is much more linear because there's less variables that you're controlling for. When you look at football, you know, you have 12 players on the field. You have a very weird-shaped object. From year to year, you have changes on the offensive coordinator, the coach, the offensive line, defense. I mean, like, there's so many different changes that happen as opposed to a ball player who maybe changes his swing incline, his bat speed, pitcher has a new pitch, etc. There's just so many more things, and every time you add something, it's exponential, right? Like, you change an offensive coordinator and you change two key offensive linemen, that's a huge difference from the year before. Like, I don't think necessarily you can even compare. And I've said this before on the show, and you have to be very careful with that. And we know stuff regresses. Like, we know third down success rate regresses year over year. However, if you add talent, then your regression won't be as steep and could very well, change stuff. Or you can have just completely bad luck because, again, it's an oblong shaped object that's bouncing on the ground. Like, it could go your way, it could not go your way. So I think we have to be very, very careful with, how we say with any sort of certainty that Washington is going to regress or Terry McLaurin is going to have a great season or a mediocre season, because there's just so much that changes year to year, and it's not additive, it's multiplicative, because the changes impact so many other things on the football field.
And more often than not, you're not going against the exact same group.
Exactly.
I think that's the way you look at it. 'Cause like, you can go through one group one year, another group another year. You can be as good as you were, but if the numbers don't stand, then people go automatically assume that you went down, not that you played better competition.
Heck, you might not go against the same group from play to play, right? Like, you can call the exact same play, and the defense could be completely different.
Yeah.
Right? Like there's just so much that happens on the football field. We have to be careful. These are all educated guesses, but they're educated guesses with these margin of errors that could sometimes make it inconclusive. And what I say by that is, just for a quick example, like a team has 30% conversion rate on third down or whatever it is. But what we're really saying is, that 30% could be anywhere from 5 to 50% because of all the different things that can happen. How useful is that number at that point if the error bars make it such a big range of outcomes? How much faith can we really put into it? And, I guess that's my job as an analyst, is to try to sift through that and try to make sense of stuff.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Greenberg at @ngreenberg, and you can listen to his podcast live every Wednesday at 11 a.m. on BMitch Finlay. I did want to switch this up a little bit and talk a little baseball with the trade deadline looming. What do you think should happen with Mackenzie Gore?
You gotta trade him. I think you have to make a decision as to what your timeline is going to be. Now, I don't know if you can do that with the learners in charge or not, but you have to make a decision what the timeline is, and then you have to start building towards that. If every year is a rebuild, well, then you're not going to make much traction. Mm-hmm. So I think the Nationals have a lot of good batters in place. They had a pretty decent draft. You can find some pitching on the free agent market. I think that you got to use Mackenzie Gore to start the rebuild. I mean, I do think you have to decide to start it because of what you have on the roster now. So I would say absolutely try to move him, get what you can, and then you're conceding yourself to your hitting core being C.J. Abrams, James Wood, Dylan Cruz, Brady House, like guys like that, and that's what you're building around. But they have to make a decision. They can't just keep being in the rebuilding or quote-unquote retooling phase every year. That's just not going to cut it in the division, let alone in baseball at large.
When you're rebuilding, you have to get to a point where people see an obvious increase or in success. And I don't know if they can keep doing that if these fans are going to stay around.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think you have to make that decision. I mean, you have James Wood, who's obviously a legit hitter. C.J. Abrams, I would say, as well. Dylan Cruz and Brady House. I mean, this is a really young nucleus, and it reminds me a little bit of the nucleus of the Chicago Cubs before they won the World Series. You can build off of that. And then, but like you said, I mean, if you're not winning, it's hard to get people to want to come here without significantly overpaying. So, yeah, I mean, they have to absolutely make a decision. I just don't see them spending the money. I mean, you have to spend a ton of money just to compete with the Mets and Phillies and Atlanta in the division. And then you have to also, contend with the Dodgers and the Yankees and whoever else comes out of the AL East. And, it's hard. It's hard to be competitive in this landscape without spending money. But, yeah, I just don't see how a guy like Dylan Cruz helps you going forward as the sole bright spot of the pitching staff. I think you're better off just flipping that for assets and creating a starting rotation on the fly.
Last thing, Greenberg, I know you like the action. This time of year, you're probably watching the Ponies in Saratoga or whatever. Like, what are you betting right now? Like 5-10 baseball bets a night? You going to like darts and esports like Jeff is? Like, what's your action right now?
WNBA.
Okay.
I think that that's the softest market right now. I bet some NFL futures, but not a lot because I don't like tying the money up. But WNBA for me is the most fun because I think it really kind of stretches my resources in terms of what stats are available and how I do that. So yeah, I've been betting that a little bit. I'm really just waiting for football season. That's usually when I that's usually when I bet the most. But I think WNBA, player props in the WNBA, and tennis. I put tennis in there too. I think those are the my best markets right now.
You got a winner for me tonight? Mercury versus the Fever? Liberty versus the Lynx?
Let me find out. If I do, I'll text you.
Okay. When is your big fantasy preview stuff going to start dropping?
Starts August 12th.
Okay.
I'm actually working on beginner's guide, players you got to get in the draft. If you're lazy and just want to pick up something the night before.
Okay.
So, yeah, August 12th is when I start. But in the meantime, if you want to sign up for my pal Scott Allen's Washington Commanders newsletter, you can do that.
Oh, yeah. It's a good idea. All right, Greenberg, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for the time.
Love you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, bro.
All right. We've made it 90 minutes without talking about Terry McLaurin. That streak will now end. Nobody go anywhere.
Hi, everyone. I'm calling on all dads out there to tell you about a big event, and it's the Dad Games, the Olympics for dads. You can compete for $500 first prizes in events like trash can basketball, the Dad Joke Challenge, wiffle ball home run derby, and more. And JP and I will be there cheering you on Saturday, August 9th in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. To register, visit dadgames.com. Use code 1067 for 50% off registration. Bring the whole family, and we'll see you there at the Dad Games, the Olympics for dads.
This update powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. News from the Commanders regarding the RFK Stadium area redevelopment. A letter was sent from the Commanders to D.C. council members, and some promises included $50 million over 30 years in community benefits, and all cost overruns for the stadium and parking projects will be taken care of by the club. Around the league, Trey Hendrickson has reported to the Bengals, and the Dolphins' Kader Kohu is going to miss the entire season with a knee injury. Jonathan Kuminga declines the Golden State Warriors' offer over terms. Baseball today for the Nationals against the Houston Astros at 2:10 p.m. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HPMPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products. We deploy fully integrated, mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe. Powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, left hand up. Left hand up, B. We haven't been here. I don't think we've been here in over a week. I think the last time we were in here was last Tuesday, right? I believe that's accurate.
Something like that.
Remember, I think Ahmet came. Ahmet came here last time we were here and brought a bunch of subs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had brought a salad in that day, and I just found it in the refrigerator. Now it's sealed up. It doesn't
It's a
stink.
salad.
It's okay. I'm not going
It
to
should
eat
be
it.
fresh. Did you already have the dressing on it?
No.
So it should be still fresh if it's in the refrigerator.
Jeff, you want to eat my week-old salad? I got a new salad to eat today, but week-old salad's yours if you want it, bro.
Nah, I'm good, bro.
White Brian, landfill, any takers?
I'll pass. Thank you.
Okay. All right, well, you know.
I'm the one that eats stuff late. But a salad would be fine.
Damn. You just going to do that in front of me?
You want something?
No.
Here you go, dog.
Nah, you keep them. So anybody that follows the program is aware of how much Brian and I love these Fritos flavor twist honey barbecue things. They're phenomenal. But we got a new snack out in the tent. My guy Derek Cheston, always walking around. I don't know. He has,
he buys 2 bags a day.
You know Terry Cruz's character in Longest Yard where he's always got the cheeseburgers?
Uh-huh.
That is Derek Cheston walking around with
The
jalapeno
jalapeno
cheddar Cheetos. They're just always floating around.
They're good, though.
They are good. Jeff's talking and his mic's off.
I wasn't even talking to you.
Oh.
I was reenacting Terry Crews. I got the fries. Well, I just got the fries.
All right, that was a good potato chip and old salad update. DQ was on with the Commanders. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn was on with the Junkies this morning. And you know how those dudes operate. They just said, hey, when's Terry coming back?
Yeah, right, Jason. It's when you go on to PUP, there's an element, from the first part where, there's some rehab that goes. And so for Terry specifically, an ankle, that's not that uncommon where towards the end of a season, you have that and you're dealing with a little bit in the off season. I don't have a specific timetable on it. We're thankful that he's here and that the work's getting done. But he and Sam Cosme, they do rehab and some days field work, some days, rehab, strengthening work, and then the afternoons meetings, and they're able to, watch the walkthroughs in the evening, although they can't go through them yet. So we'll just take it, step by step with he or any player really in this spot. Like, we're not going to miss anything, man, and take the next step. But I don't have a timeline to say it's, 3 days or, 5 days into that space. We're just going to make sure, like, he can absolutely, fully be Terry and let it rip, and then we'll begin the process. And then it goes then it's individual work, and then some team reps. So it's kind of like a build-up to get yourself ready. At the start of training camp, that's what we did with the team. Like, we ramp up, shorter practice, a little bit longer, So when a player's coming off PUP, you really need to do the same with them because they missed that ramp up. So once that part happens, Jason will do the same thing, but I don't have a timeline of when that is yet. But that's where we're at.
All right. I have a trivia question for everybody. Do you know what the D in DQ is starting to stand for? Dikembe. Dude just swats away questions. People want real answers on Terry, and he just goes into this pup-less conversation.
Well, I mean, what he said is factual.
Right.
It's not like he lied to you.
That's the second or third
But
time
I think
now
people
I've
need
heard
to
him say
realize,
that.
stop asking because he ain't telling you.
Like, DQ doesn't know when it's going to happen. I'm not entirely sure AP knows when it's going to happen. I'm not sure Terry knows when it's going to happen.
No.
I don't think there's a lot of clarity on this. I think expectations need to change if the numbers are really at 35, 34. I think expectations for the Commanders front office really need to change if that number's around 25.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you need to focus on are the guarantees in this deal. And if those guarantees get north of $50 million freaking dollars,
I think a deal gets signed.
I think it's going to be really hard to say no.
Hell yeah.
You know?
I'm with that.
$50 million guaranteed. Like, that will be in your bank account.
Mm-hmm. That could change our life.
The last wide receiver deal, who McLaurin's certainly better than and has accomplished more over his career, just hit, and it hit far under what Terry's asking.
Mm-hmm.
That they're about the same age. Plus, Sutton is a more physical player, so you almost can wonder if that will fade faster. I think he's just like a taller, more like high point kind of guy. What do they list Cortland Sutton at? I want to say he's like 6'3", right?
Mm-hmm.
Cortland Sutton is listed at 6'4". Okay, yeah. What, if any, impact, Brian, do you think Trey Hendrickson rolling into Cincinnati has on this situation?
On this one?
Yeah.
Nothing.
What, if any, I agree with you. What, if any, impact do you think Terry coming in after 2 days, Hendrickson coming in after, call it 5, maybe 6, I don't know. What, if any, impact do you think fines are the driving force in that?
100%.
You think?
Yeah.
See,
Look, man, if I can come to camp, still not practicing, still negotiating, and I'm not losing money, I'm coming to camp. I'm not going to sit at home and be losing $50,000 a day.
One thing I also think is quite different, I'm curious if you agree with me on this, is the Bengals run a bare bones, cheap operation, right?
Yeah.
The Commanders do not. And I think if I had to guess, and I don't know this, couldn't you see when they get to the finish line on this thing that they work the deal in a manner that, what has Terry been fined so far? He missed 3 days of mandatory minicamp at $50K a pop and the first 2 days of camp, if I have that right. Maybe the first 3 days of camp. That's 6 times 50, $300K?
Mm-hmm.
Could you not see them working like, oh, there's a $300,000 roster bonus when...
I think this is a class organization. I believe that, yes, I can see that happening. They can work it out to where it disappears.
It just kind of zeroes out.
That's how most of things have been happening lately. Whenever somebody holds out or whatever, it's been happening like that anyway. Most teams have been doing it like that.
I don't know that the Bengals are going to do it like that, though.
Yeah.
There's a track record there to suggest they might not.
You would think that they would try to do it with that guy.
Yeah, man, I just hope this thing gets done and doesn't get any more cantankerous. Because the sooner you get it done, the sooner everybody can turn the page and just start to feel a little better. you know?
Mhm.
And I think that Ravens joint practice in late August is a really good kind of target date to want to get something finished, wrapped up. Ravens are in town. Those are going to be serious practices. And I think
They're doing this joint practice out here
yeah,
at Commanders Park.
yeah.
It's going to be interesting.
Can you imagine them hosting a joint practice 3 years ago
No.
with that turf field that was
Well,
inoperable?
they couldn't do nothing on that turf field anyway.
Right. But, like, can you imagine inviting another NFL team? And we can even say specifically Baltimore, which has just impeccable facilities.
You're right about that.
Inviting them down
The Taj Mahal.
to what Ashburn looked like.
Huh?
Now, my guess is, just because space is kind of tight, Baltimore will bus in, practice, and then either roll back to the hotel or just roll back to Baltimore.
Yeah.
Well, they're probably staying down here. Where do away teams stay? National Harbor now?
Mm.
I think it
But
was.
did we go up there and stay up there?
Yeah,
Or did we
because
come back down this way.
it was 2 days, I think. Or was it just 1 day? I thought it was 2 days
2
because they had
days.
those big fights the second day.
Yeah.
So they definitely stayed out there.
Okay.
Or maybe they came back. I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked if Baltimore comes down.
I know we
practices.
stayed.
Right. But because the game is then Saturday morning and that practice is Thursday.
It's 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I just forgot about that.
That is a really good time to take children to a preseason game.
Yes.
I can't advocate. I'm taking my kids to that game. If you have young children, preseason is perfect, especially if they're like under 7. Now, my Shelby will be 10 by then. She probably will not be thrilled when she doesn't get to see Jaden Daniels or whatever. But if you got little kids, a 4-year-old, take them to that preseason game. Noon, you're up. You got a 4-year-old, you're up at 6.
Mhm.
Like, they can take a nap in the car on the way there or the way back. They don't know the difference between week 8 and preseason. They just know they like to be at the stadium.
Unless they have a bigger sibling that tells them.
Like what's going to happen with my children. We're hoping to get some information from these hearings going on the RFK Stadium vote. Plus, we're going to say something nice about each other next. BMitch Finlay and Whitney Houston. Shout out to Whitney. R.I.P. Love you. We're waiting to hear more from the hearing going on over at City Hall regarding RFK Stadium. I know Tailgate Ted's out there repping for the people.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if this joint has actually started. I guess Chairman Mendelson
It should have started by now.
likes to.
If it's not,
So I just see this tweet from Seagraves. He says, Mayor Bowser begins her testimony before the D.C. Council on RFK Stadium by thanking Congressman James Comer, who has been instrumental in getting this done. She started her comments by thanking Comer, Biden, and Trump. I think the mayor throughout this process has been very smart at trying to manage up in a local city that is often confined by what the federal government wants. So they're off and running. Seagraves tweeted a picture of Bowser sitting next to Commanders team president Mark Klaus. I'm sure this will go on a while.
Klaus has a stellar reputation, dog.
Yeah, man. And the council has all said it's been great to partner with the Commanders. They came out this morning with their letter saying we got more money to go around. I want to try something now because that's the latest update we got. I said this in the text thread last night. B asked where did I steal this idea from?
I stole it from you. I think you stole it from one of your kids.
Yeah, my little one told me about this.
I knew you had stole it from somebody.
So there's 5 of us here. We're going to go around in a circle and say something nice about each other. Who wants to start? Jeff, you're a nice guy. You want to start?
So what, I got to say something nice about everyone right now?
Just about one person. Say something nice about one person, and then that person goes.
Oh, all right. Oh, that's easy. JP, you are a great reporter.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate that. Landfill, you always make me laugh. Now it's your turn. Yeah.
BMitch is not nearly as mean as he wants people to believe he is.
Good one there.
White Brian, you're a cool guy, man.
Jeff, you say very funny catchphrases. You make me laugh.
Thank you. B, I like how you keep your head nice, shiny, and smooth. I keep mine the same way.
JP, I think you're a great dad, brother.
White Brian, you weren't late today.
JP, thanks for giving me a ride that one time.
White Brian, thanks for living so far away from the metro that I had no idea where I was giving you a ride to. White Brian might be out. You got to be able to. You got to be able to keep it going. Do you have one? All right, 3, 2, 1.
He's out.
He's out. He's
You
out.
could have said something about landfill, dude.
All right, B, go ahead.
Want me to go?
Sure.
Landfill, you do a great job producing the show.
Thank you, BMitch. I'm going to say, BMitch, you don't look a day over 57.
That's kind of rude.
I thought it was nice.
I think you could become a great golfer.
We're not allowed to lie.
Yeah, stop lying.
Nope. Man, I don't want to hear nothing else about I can't beat y'all in the future. But BMitch and JP, I thank y'all for taking me out there on the golf course and whooping me. It builds character, and it's keeping me focused on the game.
Jeff, I appreciate the insane confidence you project at being able to beat professional athletes in all sorts of sports. Like yesterday, you were saying you could take a punch from Deontay Wilder. I think you're insane, but I applaud your insanity.
And if we ever get that day, I will do it. Pros versus Jeff. Landini, you are actually really hilarious. I do not tell a lot of people that, but you are actually really hilarious. And I enjoy coming to work to hear your jokes.
Wow. I got to say something nice about Jeff. I think that Jeff is pretty good at social media.
Thank you. BMitch, I actually wholeheartedly believe you are a great golfer. You should join the Senior PGA Tour.
Appreciate you, Jeff. And JP, I've never met a guy that driver is the best club in this bag.
BMitch, thank you for always challenging people to eat spicier food.
JP, thank you for always coming in here and offering us some of your leftover food.
Landfill, thank you for the days where you decide we're going to order food. You always handle the ordering.
I do, and it's a big task. Ordering food for 5 people, it's like herding cats with these guys. I would say JP always shares his extra oranges.
Jeff, thank you for that time you brought fresh fish in, and it had more bones than any other fish I've ever eaten in my life.
I want to thank the entire show for letting me put my songs on the radio. I really appreciate that. I'm not a rapper, and I get a lot of radio spins.
Landfill, thank you for when you order the food, you always send a Cash App to me or Venmo.
Jeff, thank you for that time you let Wildcard Scotty beat you in a rap battle.
I want to thank all you guys for not letting that go. Hopefully that's nice.
All right, we're going to do this next week. The Commanders will have their first game. They're going to be playing the New England Patriots.
So we got to say nice stuff.
So next week, we're going to say nice stuff about the New England Patriots.
Brian, you got to get better at this game, dog. You were out so damn quick, dude.
Yeah, everybody else was able to
say
keep
nice
going.
about the whole show.
He secretly hates us.
Well, I was
going to
say Landfill's a great producer, but I was trying to be more creative.
That was fun.
I think he go home and tell Rose he hate us every day.
She's a real estate agent, man. She's moving and shaking all over the city. When we come back, we're talking MVP candidates across the NFL.
Lots of Commanders news today with a letter that was sent by the club to D.C. council members about RFK Stadium area redevelopment. In part, it said that the club will take care of all cost overruns for the stadium and parking projects, also stadium maintenance costs in excess of the stadium maintenance fund, and will invest $50 million over 30 years in community benefits. No practice today for the Commanders training camp, getting ready for the Patriots August 8th. Head coach Dan Quinn on how versatile the defense is.
I think the versatility was always there. Now we're finding some guys to put into some of the roles and seeing what they can do. I like what I've seen so far. I'd say after 5 days, Joe's probably halfway there on the install of the system and the package.
The Bengals release veteran running back Zach Moss. Trey Hendrickson has reported to Cincinnati training camp. Dolphins cornerback Kader Kohu is out for the season with a knee. The Astros beat the Nationals 7-4. Bullpen gives up 4 runs with Andre Lara. Today, it's a 1:40 pregame with Mackenzie Gore pitching on 106.7 The Fan. The Yankees are acquiring outfielder Austin Slater from the White Sox for pitching prospect Gage Zeal. Astros are inquiring with the Twins about returning Carlos Correa to Houston, and Correa is not in the Twins starting lineup today against the Red Sox. Atlanta Braves star Ronald Acuna Jr. is headed to the IL with an Achilles tightness injury. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. John Kime's going to join the show in about an hour. Let's take a look around the league, shall we be?
Mm-hmm.
ESPN.com put together a story kind of looking at the entire roster for the Commanders and trying to identify what players are worth a first-round pick if you were to trade them, right? Kind of an interesting way of looking at things. So for Washington, I think we can all name at least one player that's worth a first-rounder. Jaden Daniels.
I think at least one.
Right.
More than one.
Unfortunately, because we've kind of heard it discussed, I would think Terry McLaurin's also a guy that would be worth a first-rounder. Don't you?
I agree.
I don't think they're going to end up trading Terry. If they were and you got a first-rounder, that would have made sense before the draft. It doesn't make sense now because you got a season in front of you, and the draft pick next year is not going to do you a heck of a lot of good.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually. But so the way they divided this up, they determined Jaden Daniels would be worth 4 first-rounders.
I said at least one. I know it would go up.
I'm reading now from this story. Crucially, while Mahomes, Allen, and Jackson are all on significant contracts, Daniels is in the second season of his 4-year, $37 million rookie deal. With the Commanders already having paid his signing bonus, they'll pay him $2.5 million this year and $4.3 in 26 before he is even eligible for an extension. He might be one of the league's 2 or 3 biggest bargains while playing the most important position in sports. Is that worth 5 first-round picks? 6? 7? The answer is too many. Like, I've talked about this, my LeBron theory, that, like, or MJ before him, like, true superstars.
Yeah.
They're worth more than they make.
Way more.
Because they bring up the salary floor for everyone else. Jaden Daniels, there is not, especially right now, given the contract situation, there is not a trade package worth Jaden. Just period.
Yeah.
You get 10 first rounders. It doesn't matter. Because you have no idea that you'll get that talent.
Mm-hmm.
Going forward, they also said Samerstill, if you were to trade Samerstill with 3 years left, could be worth a first rounder.
All right.
Means he's a pretty good second-round pick.
Mike's been balling, bro.
On their missing out portion, ESPN writes, it turns out there are a lot of rentals on the roster. So while there are plenty of other talented players in Washington, they're not in the first-round pick range. Laramie Tunsil was just dealt from Houston without a first-round pick attached, although the Commanders sent second and third-round selections to Houston. Elsewhere along the line, Sam Cosmi was excellent during the first half of the season, but he just tore his ACL. Commanders fans don't want to find out whether they can land a premium pick for wide receiver Terry McLaurin, whose public battle for a new contract has felt like a relic of the Dan Snyder days. As good as I believe McLaurin is, it would be tough to see a team trading a first-round pick for a wideout who turns 30 in September. The other young player who might be able to get on the first-round track with more playing time, second-year defensive tackle Johnny Newton, who will assume a larger role after the departure of Jonathan Allen. Especially if you're looking at contracts and everything, kind of how it's determined. Just thinking through the NFC East, I think the Eagles probably have a bunch of
people on that team.
I mean,
Carter.
I would say Hurts.
Yep, Hurts, Brown, Saquon.
Quinyon Mitchell looks to be like one of the best.
Those damn offensive linemen.
Yeah, Mailata, Devontae Smith. You wonder what Cooper DeJean's going to be. I mean, just a good reminder of how loaded that Eagles roster is. I may not be a fan of Philadelphia, but that team is loaded. All right, go to the Giants, B. What do you think the package would have to look like to get Malik Neighbors?
Oh, he'll be about 3-4 first rounders.
They got him at 2 first-round picks and more for Malik Neighbors. I'm reading now. He still has 3 years and about $10 million in total remaining money on his rookie deal. In other words, he'll make about as much over the next 3 years as Jamar Chase will make every 4.5 games. That's crazy.
You're dealing with some with greatness over there, dog. It's a lot of LSU receivers, man.
It's crazy. It is truly crazy.
Man.
LSU and Ohio State have put out more receivers in the last, 10 years. Maybe you go back to Odell Beckham and who was Terry Glenn. I mean, I don't know.
Still got the dude down there in Jacksonville, I think it is.
Yeah. Thomas, right? Brian Thomas?
Yeah.
I had him in fantasy. Won a title. No big deal. Reading again, Chase is more of a sure thing than Neighbors, but there's a staggering sum of money being saved that can go to other parts of New York's roster. There's not a ton of talent on that Giants roster. Neighbors, Abdul Carter they just drafted, who's had, by all accounts, a great camp. Dexter Lawrence is obviously a player. Andrew Thomas is good, but seems to always get hurt. Thibodeau, you're not getting a first-rounder for. I mean, it almost seemed like they were getting rid of him. Who gets you a first-rounder in Dallas?
CeeDee Lamb.
You think? Even with the big-ass contract?
I think he does.
Micah.
Micah, definitely. Micah going to get you more than one.
You think Micah resets the market even knowing what Myles Garrett and TJ Watt just got?
I think it's very possible. He's younger than those guys.
If you remember when Khalil Mack got traded, that ended up being 2 first-rounders, I believe. And Parsons is a year younger than him. I'm curious what they do with Mahomes.
How many they say he get?
7.
7.
7 first-rounders to trade for Mahomes.
Listen, man, Pat's still doing his thing, and I know a lot of people knocked him last year because they lost. But, hey, dude's special.
What about they don't have Chris Jones worth a first-rounder? I mean, I understand he's older.
They out of their damn mind.
All right.
What do you not watch him play?
What do you think Lamar's worth? Here, hold on. I'll read you what they said about Chris Jones. I went back and forth on defensive tackle Chris Jones, who managed only 5 sacks and 20 knockdowns last season, although a closer look made it clear he was still unblockable on plenty of key snaps. He's still a great player, but he's now 32 and on a deal worth nearly $32 million per season, which is a major outlier for the defensive tackle market. The Chiefs are paying for a certain level of playoff excellence, and I'd suggest he is worth more to them than he would be to another team. I don't know. If something happened to the Chiefs, Mahomes goes down, they're having a down year, and they put Jones on the block.
I was giving this thing a lot of credence that he went there.
What do you think Lamar's worth?
If Pat got 7, Lamar going to get right at that, 6 or 7.
Huh.
5?
4.
4? I think more, man.
I'm reading now. It was only 2 years ago that teams with such entrenched starters as Desmond Ridder seemed loath to even consider the idea of sacrificing 2 first-round picks as part of a deal to acquire Jackson on the franchise tag. From that point forward, all he has done is win an MVP award and come within 26 ballot points of winning a second. And yet, having seen just how limited the market was when Jackson was at least plausibly available in March of 23, I can only now be realistic and suggest he would land less in the way of draft compensation than Josh Allen and Joe Burrow. Jackson is a future Hall of Famer and has a strong case as the best football player on the planet, but there are too many franchises that weren't willing to mold their identities around his skill set. I suspect some of those organizations would come up with excuses again this time around. Going back to that, like the era of Lamar holding out and asking for a trade, in hindsight, do you think everything that's come out with the PA and Howell and everything, do you think, like, with Lamar, there was, like, legitimate, maybe some collusion?
Hell yeah. Bro, it was going... We all know it was collusion with Lamar. It's the NFL, dude. That hasn't changed, bro. And then let's say Howell came after that. So imagine what they were doing before.
It is just bizarre to think back to that time. Maybe some teams didn't really feel like talking trade because they knew Baltimore wasn't going to trade him. And they're just like, dude, we're not going to negotiate this deal for you. You can deal with it yourself. This same list has Josh Allen at 5 first-rounders. Burrow at the same 4 first-rounders. This, I think, is nuts. What would you give up for Trevor Lawrence?
I wouldn't give a first-rounder up for him.
Would you for Brian Thomas, the receiver?
Receiver? Hell yeah.
What do you think of Travis Hunter, by the way?
Travis Hunter? Yes, I'd give up a couple of them, 2 or 3 for him.
Have you seen he's gotten more work as a receiver than a DB so far in camp?
Hey, man. We're going to see when those NFL DBs start coming in, and we're going to find out.
What do you think Herbert would be worth?
Justin Herbert?
Yeah.
2, maybe 3.
They said 3. It's kind of interesting to think about things this way. What did we look at Dak yet?
I don't want to look at that.
I don't think with that contract you get 1.
What do they say?
Dak Prescott, 1 first-round pick. Prescott would be a fascinating trade candidate if his contract made it financially feasible, which it would theoretically become in 2026 if he was willing to waive his no-trade clause. You don't need me to fill you in on both the good and bad of Prescott as a player, but no other team has been willing to pay to top the $60 million average salary the Cowboys gave him last September, even with Brock Purdy and Josh Allen signing new deals this offseason.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's going to happen, though.
You think Dak finishes his career in Dallas?
No.
I don't either.
No.
How long do you think Brian Schottenheimer is the coach of the Cowboys?
I hope him and Jerry stay together for a long time.
And why? Why is that, Brian?
I don't see them doing very well together.
I don't get. What do you think of Caleb Williams? The reports, we should see if we can get Brad Biggs on this week because apparently everything is a zoo in Chicago. Ben Johnson's just flipping out and yelling at people.
Well, I mean, everybody here, this whole damn town, everybody lost their mind over Ben Johnson. Remember that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Landfill put it in the thread.
I know I didn't.
Landfill put it in the thread yesterday. Ben Johnson screams at Luther Burden and kicks him out of team drills. And Landfill said, dodge the bullet on this one. The reports out of the Bears camp are just all over the place.
But trying to build a culture is hard. And doing that with grown men ain't going to happen, dog.
Well, you wonder if he's trying to establish some level of dominance or something.
The last thing you want to do is start trying to establish a level of dominance with NFL football players. Because what they'll do, they'll show you in a different way that, dude, you can work with us or you work against us. One of the two.
Reading now, in a scripted low red zone period at end practice, Caleb Williams was 0 for 2 passing, took a sack, but had a short TD scamper on a read option keeper. I didn't realize Case Keenum's the backup out there.
Yeah.
Case Keenum with the twos threw touchdowns to Stephen Carlson and Durham Smythe. Caleb Williams was 4 of 10 during 11-on-11 work.
Well, we just said you can't worry about stats
in
training camp. But when they're that bad, yes, you can.
Man, it's going to be very interesting to watch that Bears season. And we get to see him here, another Monday Nighter. This says you would trade 2 first-rounders for Caleb Williams. Landfill, are you trading 2 first-round picks for Caleb Williams?
No, that's insane.
2 first-round picks and more for Bears quarterback Caleb Williams for now. The Bears wouldn't have taken anything close to this for him a year ago, but that was then. He struggled through a dismal rookie season. While it's fair to chalk up some of his woes to an underwhelming scheme and seemingly disinterested playmakers, he deserves plenty of the blame for what went wrong. Indulging the worst elements of his game most weeks and eventually losing his confidence, Williams wasn't reliably creating within the offense, and his attempts to improvise often proved disastrous. And yet, he was the consensus first overall pick and a potential superstar quarterback prospect. While Williams has essentially wasted a year of a bargain rookie contract, he's still on a team-friendly deal for up to 4 more years. If new coach Ben Johnson does everything Bears fans are expecting with Williams this season, and he is willing to rein in his hero ball tendencies, he could be back towards the untouchables in 26. If not, something will have gone very wrong in Chicago. I think that's a little I don't think Caleb was dismal last year. He wasn't very good, and with the bar that Jaden Daniels set, and the bar, frankly, that Bo Nix set. Bo Nix was really good as a rookie, too.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb did not perform the best of the rookie quarterbacks, but he wasn't awful. He wasn't like an interception machine. He took a ton of sacks.
He has to learn to play on schedule, bro. I understand guys with dynamic talent, and you want to, but the thing of it is, he does it even when it doesn't call for it. If the things break down, yes, you go and you find more time. But he'll drop back and has no pressure, and the receiver's open, he won't let it go. He has to learn to let the ball go. If you do that more consistently, then all of those ad-lib things he does will help him out. But if he just ad-lib when he don't need to, it's going to be a problem.
I want to have a conversation about Trey Amos, Commanders rookie cornerback, when we return.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Commanders President Mark Klaus will testify during the D.C. Council's second day of hearings on the RFK Stadium Redevelopment Act. As part of the letter the Commanders sent to the D.C. Council members, it includes the club will be responsible for all cost overruns for the stadium and parking projects and all stadium maintenance costs in excess of the stadium maintenance fund. They will also take care of parking and road improvements. Commanders have a day off in training camp as tomorrow they get going again. Astros beat the Nationals 7-4, wrapping up the series. A chance for a series win in Houston today. 2:10 is your first pitch with Mackenzie Gore. We'll join the pregame show at 1:40 here on The Fan. This July only, get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Level, I have an update for you. I had a new salad in the refrigerator that I just ate in the last commercial break, and I had an old salad from last week that I forgot to take home when Ahmet brought in subs. The old salad has now been consumed. There was a taker for it. You got to guess who wanted it? Jeff, you got to guess?
I'm going to go with anybody.
You were mistaken for him.
No way.
Somebody said they
Yes.
called you that name.
Yes, they did. I'm walking on the sideline. They're like, Linnell. I turn around and I look and I laugh. I said, you really think Linnell and I look alike? I said, we are on two different sides of the skin spectrum. He's dark skinned. I'm golden. He has hair. I don't have hair. Like, how do we look alike? And we sound nothing alike.
Big Nell needed a salad. He was about to order like a Big Mac. He said, hell yeah, I'll eat that salad. So shout out to him. Hope he enjoys it. Trey Amos, I think, Brian, has been really
Special.
performing well. It's early. You don't want to make too big of a leap. But they sure hit on a second-round corner last week. And at least early in camp, it sure seems like they might hit on a second-round corner. I believe this is Brian Baldinger, NFL Network, talking about the second-rounder out of Ole Miss, Trey Amos.
So we always talk about the coverage and the pressure go hand in hand.
No doubt.
Rookie Trey Amos at corner has been the talk of training camp, the long corner out of Mississippi.
Yep.
To some of the stuff you heard about him today.
Well, I mean, just watching him play the ball, but whether you want to, press and get his hands on guys, he is so confident without being a talker.
Right.
Fred Smoot told us he's not a talker, but he's confident.
Fred Smoot's a talker.
Smoot's a talker. But no, but in fact, Fred said he reminds him of him. Big, long, aggressive, can get his hands on guys, can run with anybody, and he's getting that opportunity against the receivers out there. I want to see him. If McLaurin can get in here at any time soon, I want to see him run with a guy that can run like Terry.
That's the one thing for a guy like Amos is you'd love to see Terry out there to test him.
Yeah.
Because you've got Debo. Obviously, Debo's a special player who has looked great. Noah Brown is a real NFL wide receiver. After that, the talent drop-off for Washington right now, it's noticeable. And that's not to say Ja'Cory Brooks might not be great or Jalen Lane or
Brooks.
Luke McCaffrey breaks
But
out.
they don't have the experience.
They haven't
that those other
proven
guys
it.
have either.
Right.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing about it. You would want to see him go against the experienced guys that have the tricks of the trade. And right now he's missing that.
But what have you thought of Amos so far?
I like him. He's like I said yesterday, he doesn't seem like he's worried about the situation. He seems like it's not too much for him. He's smooth out there. He's right there with guys. It's like, he knows what they're trying to do. He seems to be already, like I saw Mikey do last year, he's already setting guys up. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Understands what they're doing. Just like Tanner would talk about stuff about how DBs would tell them based off of how he would line up, so he had to start adjusting those things. I think Trey is already catching on.
For sure. If you're able to put together Amos, Quan, Will Harris, Lattimore, Samerstill, I mean, that should.
Special.
You hope, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I think you've got five guys that are on the plus.
That gives you depth.
No, I made a hell of a play
Yeah.
yesterday, I guess, on the ball. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at that defensive back room, last year, week 1, it was BSJ, Mike Davis, and Emmanuel Forbes as your top 3 corners.
I think back then that Mike Davis dude, bro, Lord have mercy.
That was a miss.
Whew. Complete.
That was a miss. Nice guy, but that was a miss.
Little different.
Definitely.
A little different.
Definitely. Speaking of different and defensive backs, Alvin Walton, you always said he was a little different. What was he like?
Alvin was the type of guy where he just had that little look, man. Alvin was dude that he was different in the sense that you didn't know, like if I I know when I first came in, I stiff armed him. And he's like, "Oh, you want stiff arm?" I'm like, "It's a football play, isn't it?" He said, "Oh, okay, I'm going to show you then." I'm like, "Look, bro, I think like you. If we're on the football field, I stiff arm you, you mad at it. Then if you got to do something off the field, hell, I gotta lock wits with you." And he and I became boys, But Alvin, man, people just, the way Alvin looked was like, I don't want to get hit by that guy. Can you imagine? Imagine if Sean Taylor wore the neck roll and all that stuff,
right?
On top of already looking menacing, it would have scared the hell out of people, and that's how Alvin was, man.
Why do you think? I mean, really, as a league, is anybody wearing neck roll?
Some of these shoulder pads come with it on it, built into it.
Yeah.
But like he used to wear that neck roll, dog.
I remember.
I used to like the look of it when in high school.
I wore one in high school.
I didn't wear it.
But that was like
too cool for that, Jay.
The real like roll too.
Yeah,
then
I was
the cowboy collar
cool
became
that,
the
Jay.
cooler thing, like the higher up thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Alvin Walton had a mohawk at one point.
Mm-hmm.
How big was the mohawk for you, like in the 80s? Like how many teammates, like did Maniac have a mohawk?
Maniac had a mohawk in college, yeah.
That does not surprise me.
Yeah. Because he's a maniac. What the hell you expect?
Right.
But not many guys had. All the guys that had mohawks, something was a little different about them. You knew they were a little touched.
Right. Like I just think of Bosworth.
Yeah, Boz. You think of somebody with a mohawk, you always say, I can see that dude wearing that. Because the dudes were a little weird, a little different.
Jeff, are people in the club these days with mohawks? Nobody's got a mohawk anymore, right?
They wear them a little. It's a little funnier looking now, where they try to make it a little wider and bring the hair into it.
I feel like soccer players.
It still looks like a mohawk.
Yeah, in the clubs I'm DJing, nobody's coming in with a mohawk.
Mohawk. I remember.
Well, I'm saying I'm talking about the brothers. I saw with the hair. A lot of.
Yeah, nah.
White dudes are going mullet again, which is something.
Yeah, that look, every time I see somebody like that, I'm just like it's back in the 60s, 70s. That's how it looks.
They say fashion repeats itself.
Yeah, but a lot of people dressing like Happy Days right now again.
Fashion does repeat itself. The fact that kids are now wearing
fashion repeats itself,
baggy ass jeans.
They wear baggy jeans, man.
And
Ain't too many
flared
people.
pants.
A lot of dudes ain't wearing them bell bottoms no more, dog. Women wear it.
What I can't, they're flared. They're called flared
women wear
pants
more.
now.
Yeah.
The bell bottoms. But
Yeah, I have noticed dudes wearing bell bottoms.
What I
What
can
is that
say
about?
What I can say though, we still not worse than back in the day because Cameo was wild. how they dressed with the little, the little boxing thing.
Yeah, but you can't wear that. That's just like being like you gotta look at models. Like the stuff most models wear on runways, ain't nobody wearing that stuff every day. There wasn't nobody wearing with Cameo or what.
Who's Cameo?
You never seen
Word Up?
Candy.
The only person I know that has worn Cameo stuff in the public was Leon Duncan. Okay? I don't know if you're listening right now, but Duncan tell me the story about his 30th or his 40th birthday, one of the two. He came out on stage dressed like Cameo, like my man, and perform a song. He had the jock on the outside of the pants, the little cup. Yeah. That's the only dude I know that has done that in the public other than Cameo.
Jeff, you cannot try to equate previous styles based on a singer's wacky-ass clothes.
JP.
Like, you think people were dressing like Elton
People ain't
John?
dressed like that ain't nobody dressed like that out in the public.
Right.
Have you ever seen movies? They had people walking with platform shoes.
Dude,
with
it's
fish
a
in them.
movie.
They had to get the inspiration from somewhere.
But
the Isley brothers were walking around like that.
You still can't show me in a movie you saw a guy dressing like Cameo. Like the dude, the lead singer.
Hey, B. It's this guy who go on U Street. I forgot I can't think of his name right now. But he dressed like he's about to be in a Cameo video or background dance with
one
Prince.
guy who probably owns something.
I seen a lot of old pictures. Y'all used to wear flared jeans with no shirt on, with the vest, with the Jerry curl.
I ain't ever dressed like that.
You didn't.
I had a Jerry curl. But yeah, some of the people that dress today look like some damn. They just came off a corner from being a bum. And that's their regular clothes.
True.
So
I don't know why that, but still.
And most people act like they going to damn sleep. I see people on an airplane walking through airports with a damn bonnet on and looking like they just got out the damn bed. Come on, dog.
But you're not seeing them. You're not going to see no S curl or Jerry curl in 2025.
Can I ask you a specific question about the Jerry curl? Because I don't know how this works. Did you have to like in Coming to America, Soul Glow?
Very much like that.
The spray. Did you walk around with the spray to like keep it juicy?
No, man.
What would you do?
If your stuff was good, it was good.
So you would it'd be like gel in your hair before you go out for
just
the
like
night.
you do before you leave your house when you put all your mousse in your head. That's all it was.
Hey, I don't go with mousse. I'm a powder man.
You use something that keep your hair where it's going. The same thing with people with Jerry curls.
Was it like an oil-based product?
Yeah, it was Paul Mitchell. My cousin.
Were you ever like the scene in Coming to America where they sit down on the couch and then they get up and leave?
I ain't ever do nothing like that. Hell no. And then back in the day, everybody had plastic on their couch. With the bottom. Everybody had plastic on their couch back then, so they were protected.
We need a BMitch Jerry curl photo. I know you have one.
Nah, that won't be happening for you.
I would love if that could be produced.
They already found one in previous years in another TV radio studio, and they put it out there.
Landfill, we got a job to do.
You got to text Scott
Jackson. Jeff, give us a studio. Give us a picture when you had hair.
Oh, that's easy.
I want to see because I know that thing was back in the backyard.
No. I got rid of my hairline before it could get bad.
What's the stadium? Is it Ohio State?
The Horseshoe.
The Horseshoe. That's the type of hair
Jeff was looking
had.
like Uncle Phil.
No, Jeff not even 35, and he already got a receipt.
That's fine.
We got a break.
Fine.
John Keim is going to join us at 1 o'clock. I'm going to take us to commercial via musical interlude. Just let your soul BMitch and Finlay, 1067 The Fan. Mohawk update. Dexter Manley previously had a Mohawk. One other Redskins legend went with the Mohawk for a stretch. You think who it is?
Mohawk legend. Not
your era.
Reggie Brooks. Not Brooks. Reggie Branch had a Mohawk.
Okay, I'm saying legend. I give you one more hint, but you'll know it then.
You said Dexter Manley, right?
Yes. White dude.
White dude? Mohawk? I don't know.
Rigo.
Wow.
I think that was
I never seen a picture with it, though.
I think that was his Jets days. I don't think he did it here. But Rigo, definitely.
Well, like I said, people that wore Mohawks are a little different. We just named Dexter Manley, Rigo, and Reggie Branch.
Right.
All three guys, a little different.
Hey, man. Different strokes for different folks. Also, based on the chat in the YouTube stream, if you want to watch the YouTube stream, get on there, 1067 The Fan, YouTube. Overwhelmingly, really supportive of my singing the Soul Glow song from Coming to America. People seem to really enjoy that. If you missed me singing the Soul Glow song from Coming to America,
please don't try to find
wherever you get your podcasts, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, whatever bootleg weird site White Brian uses, wherever you get your podcasts, you can find BMitch and Finlay. In addition to the Odyssey app, as always, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, we're there. Wherever you are, we're there. Just call my name and I'll be there. Oh, Locked on Law with a nice comment. JP makes Biz Marquis sound like Marvin Gaye.
That's not a nice comment.
I took it as a compliment. It's always good to be in the same sentences.
No. If you make Biz Marquis sound like Marvin Gaye, I mean you're horrible. That's what he tried to tell you.
Did I ever tell you about the flight I took with Biz Marquis down to Charlotte? That is an off-air story, but it was interesting. NFL news. I just saw, I think Jay Glazer reported this. The Seahawks have agreed to a 4-year contract extension with John Schneider, their GM. That keeps him as President Football Ops GM through at least the 2030 draft. That will be 20 drafts with Seattle. Seattle was really good for a while. Then they kind of were up and down. They have always drafted really well.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know, John? He was in D.C. Schneider, yeah. He was here. I think he was here under Dan. I don't know him. I've met him, but definitely don't know him. He was vice president of player personnel. You went to Philly in 2000, so they hired him in 2001, and then he went to Green Bay a couple years later. Actually, he was only here for 1 year. If your star is rising and you're working for Vinny Serrato, and the Packers call,
you go.
You go. Also, Xavier Worthy, the young receiver for the Chiefs, placed in concussion protocol.
It did say he hit his head the other day.
Right. There's never a good time for concussion protocol, and certainly you hope everybody's safe. These head injury stuff, that's a different ballgame, man. You want everybody to be safe. But if you are going to have a concussion, July's, ideally you're okay within a couple weeks. There's no real hurry on it.
Yeah.
Here's some news that will make Commanders fans smile, I would guess. Adam Schefter talking about Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys.
What about they were far away?
The two sides have gone backwards, not forwards. I don't think they're speaking very much these days, if at all. This negotiation, when it was a negotiation, has gone sideways. It's not a negotiation right now. There's really no conversation about getting a deal done. That could change next week. It could change shortly before the season. We've seen how long Dallas sometimes waits on some of these deals. What is Jerry doing with Micah?
Jerry is doing what he always does, man. He's gonna negotiate, and then he's gonna come out on the other side, and he's gonna be right there with his dude, with his arm around his shoulder, like he always was together with it. That's how it is.
More from Schefter. I believe this was via McAfee. I don't think Micah's real happy with them. I don't think they're real happy with him. I don't think anybody's real happy with anybody. So I don't think there's a deal that's being discussed right now, not to mention being close.
Okay.
What, if any, odds of Micah not playing for Dallas would you put out there? What's the percentage
This year?
chance? Yeah.
Ain't happening.
They just make him play on the rookie deal? It's the 5th year?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man.
Landfill trying to get AI to do something on me. It looked like Thurman Thomas with a Jerry curl. It doesn't look like Thurman Thomas with a Jerry curl, Jay. Look.
It looks a little bit like you.
That
It's
look
got
like-
your eyes.
That looks like Thurman Thomas with a Jerry curl. and a slight little bit of Smokey Robinson in there.
I can see a little Smokey Robinson.
Yeah, that's
there.
what it, so come on, bro.
Landfill, what app do you use for all these AI pictures? How does this work?
Chat GPT.
Dude, give me a Landfill with a Jerry curl.
I would like to see Landfill with a Jerry
Yeah.
curl. That does not look like. That also looks like B at his current age with a Jerry curl. We need a young Brian Mitchell with a Jerry curl.
No, that don't look like me at all.
It has your eyes, but that's it.
That dude's eye is squinty. My eye's not squinty.
I think they were in the picture I uploaded of you.
Yeah, you're probably like looking into the sun.
You took that picture when I had on a blue shirt?
It's whatever was on your Wikipedia page.
Okay.
Well, what's on
Wikipedia?
B's
I don't know
Wikipedia
what's on the Wikipedia page. Somebody else do your Wikipedia page, believe me.
Let's see B's Wikipedia page. Brian Keith Mitchell is an American former professional football player.
You know I didn't write that.
Who was a running back and return specialist in the NFL. He played college football as a quarterback for the Southwestern Louisiana Raging Cajuns and was selected by the Washington Redskins in the 5th round of the 1990 NFL Draft. Mitchell is considered one of the greatest return specialists in NFL history.
If I had written that, it wouldn't say one of.
John Keim joins us next.
Commanders President Mark Klaus testifying for the D.C. Council's second day of hearings on the RFK Stadium Redevelopment Act. In a letter they sent to the council members, the club says they will be responsible for all cost overruns for the new stadium and parking projects, and the club will plan construction and development of the stadium and the mixed-use environment in a manner that allows the fields at RFK's campus to remain open. The club will also invest $50 million over 30 years in community benefits. Commanders training camp does not have practice today as they get ready for the Patriots August 8th. Head coach Dan Quinn on how cornerback Mike Sainristil helps out rookie Trey Amos.
What a great teammate to have that resource to talk about different things. But yeah, he's really has I've been bragging about him for a long time, but Mike has a lot of leadership to him, and you hear me talk about developing the leaders within. He's very much in the front of that list.
Bengals have released veteran running back Zach Moss. Astros beat Nationals 7-4 yesterday, so today a chance to win the series for Washington. The call on 106.7 The Fan at 1:40 p.m. Mackenzie Gore will go to the mound. The Yankees are acquiring outfielder Austin Slater from the White Sox for pitching prospect Gage Zeal. Astros are inquiring about returning Carlos Correa from the Twins to Houston. Correa, interestingly enough, was not in the Twins lineup against Boston today. Brave star Ronald Acuna Jr. headed to the injured list with an Achilles tightness. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Going back to Ohio, baby. Time to talk to our friend, ESPN Commanders reporter and host of the John Keim Report, Mr. John Keim. What up, Johnny? How are you, bud?
What up, fellas? How are you? I'm all right.
What's up, man?
We're good, dude. There's a daytime Nats game. We're always good. What are kind of your biggest takeaways through 6 days of Burgundy and Gold training camp?
One, the defense is going to be a lot more versatile and have a lot more pressure packages than I think they had last year. And I think it's a large part because the secondary, the corners are just better. And I think the coverage has been pretty good. Two, they clearly need number 17 out there at receiver because they're not getting a lot of separation when he's not out there, with him not out there. And then, I think those are two of the bigger ones. Like, I think Trey Amos will be really good. I think he looks really good. I'm really curious to see how, when he's going up against other teams' receivers and other top receivers, what it looks like then, because that's, to be honest, like one of the things that I'd love to see McLaurin in camp for is just to see him go against Amos, to see, just to see him work against a top quality NFL receiver. The kind he's going to face during the season, go up against Debo and all that, but like McLaurin is a different kind of guy than Debo Samuel. So anyway, but those are some of the early things that have jumped out. And yeah.
Has your questions about Lattimore been answered thus far?
No, because the question is, can he stay durable during the season? So, I do think, and again, like that's where you'd like to see him working against McLaurin to see what does it look like against the guys that he was brought here to help shut down, or at least help to quiet, limit. And I think the biggest question with him is, can he stay durable during the season? And there are times when you watch him, like, he talked about this in the spring, you can see he can drive on the ball better. I think, understanding what you don't see are like big mess ups, which I think, tells you that this group understands the defense and what they're asked to do in coverage. But can he hold up during the season? We won't know that until the season begins. So that to me is the biggest thing.
So it's interesting when we get asked that, right? Because I get asked that, you get asked that, B gets asked that. And yet my biggest takeaway, somebody just asked me this in the hallway. Do they need 17? Yes. I still think that'll get done. We'll talk about that in a moment. But my biggest takeaway remains Jaden Daniels gives this team a chance regardless. He's just so impressive and so good. And, like, because we're looking at the totality of everything and, can Amos get out there? What is Bill Merritt's role? Like, there's a million. Kane Medrano made a couple flash plays the other day, all that stuff, right? Sometimes we lose sight of just how great Jaden is. And he's been super impressive.
Yeah, and the other thing that you don't see in these things is the impact always of the legs, because that's a huge part of his game. It's not something he's not a run. We know he's not a run first guy, but that's a heck of a weapon to have in your pocket. And you're not going to see it a ton in these practices, right? And if you're playing man coverage against them, we know they're going to throw a lot of fade balls, but we also know, if you're a defense, you're kind of playing with fire by going man against them, because it opens up avenues for him to take off and extend drives. And then, then you can work on finding the receivers on other plays, right? But he extends drives all the time. So, yeah. And the other thing with him, the thing I never worried about with him is, I always go back to the best thing you heard last spring was the work he put in, the kind of work he put in away from the field. And that is still true, which is why I don't worry about where he goes. Like, you know what I mean? In terms of where his career is going to go, it's going to keep ascending because it's just what he does, right? And so, yes, they definitely need McLaurin out there because he's a weapon that they don't have otherwise. And I think it also makes Deebo Samuel better on some of the underneath stuff, right? And it makes Zach Ertz better. But, I think with number 5 there, you're always going to have a chance. Always.
I totally agree. Talking with our friend John Keim from ESPN. You can give him a follow at John_Keim, Keim. Check out the John Keim Report wherever you get your podcast. What have you thought of Bill Merritt? Clearly, it's been pretty exciting watching him. He's made some really good plays. There was one in that padded practice that stood out to all of us. But also understanding it's a crowded room and getting work in camp doesn't necessarily directly equate to, having 600 rushing yards this fall.
Right. And I think, it's always hard with running backs to fully gauge where are they really? Because, Brian, this, when you're not in pads and hitting and taking guys to the ground, it's always like, the defensive back comes, I'd have gotten him there. I'd have gotten him. And the running back's like, I would have trucked your butt, right? So, you don't know. And I go back to, when if you remember when Larry Johnson was here the one year and how, everybody's raving about how good he looked in training camp, and then he was, getting 2.2 yards per carry once the season began because it was an illusion, right? So I say that, but then I'll flip it around and say when Alfred Morris was here, before they put pads on, you could see traits that hey, if this is one reason why he could be good. And it was like the forward lean, always, getting extra, fight, the way his balance through the vision, right? You could see that stuff. And I think with Merritt, you see some traits okay, this is why I'm intrigued by him. And you saw it on film. He runs with violence, not out of control, but violent. And I think that's a very good thing. And Dan Quinn talked about the quote-unquote violent cuts. And to me, that comes from confidence, vision, all that stuff, right? So I think, that's why I'm really intrigued to see him. I think he's got a shot because of that. And even watching him I don't know what you see, but, a couple of times I've seen him run some routes, he's gotten open against some guys. And so, I think he catches the ball better than I anticipated just because you didn't see him. He didn't play last year. He played one game.
Yes.
And I think that's why, to me, he's so intriguing because there's okay, what would it have looked like had he played all year for Arizona? Where might he have gone? I even asked him that yesterday. It's it's not something he's worried about because he's here and this is where he's at, right? So, I think, but I am definitely intrigued by him because I think he has something to offer.
I think the thing about him, for me, his cuts are sharp. You find a lot of receivers and running backs that round a lot of their cuts. Yeah. He doesn't do that. He's foot in the ground, he's gone the other direction.
Yeah.
And that's going to help him out big time. But
for sure.
Have you noticed, like, I know if you look at the offensive line, the defensive line, they look bigger. Do you see something different that tell you the outcome will be better this year?
Well, I think I go back to, first of all, the secondary, right? And I think you have corners who can hold up better in various coverages than you had last year, period. And, like Amos is just better than what they had last year, right? I think he will be. And Sam is still inside. Lattimore has to hold up, but I think as a group, they're just better. It gives you more of a chance to, I think, hold up to allow the pressure to get there. I think what you also see is a lot more different variety of fronts, right? Like you can put your pass rush out there with some bigger guys like Jacob Martin, Deron Payne, Javon Kinlaw, and, Dorrance Armstrong. So if they run the ball, I think you have guys who can still handle some of that, right? Because if it's second long, teams could run on them last year and get 6 yards. I think with the size, you'd be better equipped to handle that. That's, again, everything on paper right now, it all sounds great, and we'll see. But I think you have more ability. You can throw in the Eddie Goldmans and Kinlaw. You can build a really big front with Kinlaw moving, playing end with their 3D tackle sets with Payne, and whether it's Newton or Payne and you have Dietrich Wise at one side and Kinlaw at another, and two more D tackles inside. Like that's a bigger group, but I think they all, like Kinlaw they all can rush the passer to a certain level, right? And I think so. That's why I say I think there's more depth up front, and that should help. If it doesn't, then it'd be very disappointing. But I think, don't you think? I mean, I think that's what I've seen, and more guys standing up and rushing. Dorrance standing up and rushing, and seems to be effective with it. Now, here's the other thing. We don't always know what this means until the season begins. Like we've seen some years too, a couple of years ago, like, oh, this side of the ball looks really good. And then you get in the season, you realize they look really good because the other side is really bad. And, I don't think that with this offense for sure. Right. But, you don't know, like, to what degree will it be better? Will it be enough better? But I do think the depth is like that. I think that jumps out, like watching the depth. You see like the second unit or the second groupings, even some of the third groupings going against some of the backup linemen. Like these are guys who have started in the NFL who are working against backups, but it just shows you to me that there's improved depth. Guys who were rotational guys last year, some of them are going to be cut this year.
Well, dude, I mean, just to that point on the O-line, two of your starters last year who played fairly well in Allegretti and Wiley, if everything breaks right, are probably, once Cosme's back, are probably backups. And that's really versatile, like important depth on your offensive line.
And I'll say this. I think Wiley gives them he's a very good insurance policy for them if Connolly is not ready. And I don't know that he's going to open the season as a starter. I think it's way too early to assume that he will. But it's much like when you had like Lucas and Brandon Coleman last year, where like, okay, Coleman's not quite ready. You can put Lucas out there and get through the early part of the year until the rookie is ready. And I think they can do that here as well. So, but yeah, I mean, I think when Cosme comes back, if Connolly becomes, whenever he wins that job, now you're looking at, if you have Allegretti and Wiley as backups, like you're in really good shape. So, I think that's, but how long does it take to get to that point? That's what we don't know. And then when Cosme comes back, what does it look like for him when he comes back? And so I think there's still questions there. I've always thought too, and I don't know what you guys think, but I've always thought with this line, because of some of these questions, because you have a new left guard who's going to learn that spot, Brandon Coleman, I think that's where will be well suited. But then you have Cosme coming back from the injury. You have a rookie adapting. I think with this line, like second half of the year is when it should really start to take off. Whereas last year, I felt like that's when they kind of started to slide.
Yeah,
they did.
I think that Biotish injury about halfway through the year really impacted everything.
Hey, listen, that's where Allegretti can help too, because he's worked.
We've seen that,
yeah. We've seen him working at center, and I think I don't know how effective it will be, but I would just say like that's backup center is something that would be a help.
Yeah, no, for sure. Talking with our friend John Keim, ESPN.com Commanders. You can read all his work there. Check out the John Keim report here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the best HVAC products in the DMV. So let's finish where everything finishes right now. Talking Terry McLaurin. These sides aren't very close.
No.
I think we all know that. Not a lot of momentum. What, if any, impact do you think the Cortland Sutton deal in Denver makes on the Commanders' Terry McLaurin conversation?
I mean, it's another floor for receivers who are pushing 30, right? And clearly he's been a better player than Cortland Sutton. But to what degree, how much better is the key, right? So I don't think it necessarily gives him leverage or more momentum for sure. And I think, again, like if you're Washington, you can look at, okay, can you give him $4 million more per year? Is that like how much more is he worth in the market compared to a Sutton? So, I always thought this was going to be a really tricky one. I think you did too. So I mean, because the age thing, it's real, and it can't be dismissed, and that's always been the sticking point here. So, and I don't think that's changed, and I don't think the Sutton deal, I don't think it helps him. So, but again, he's better than Cortland Sutton.
Certainly
He is. So I look at this right here. How much is Debo making this year?
Was it 17.5, something like that?
What was the total cap number?
They actually helped their cap by converting it to bonus.
So he takes home how much more?
It's all guaranteed. Like it's 17,
guaranteed.
18 mil.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's a free agent next year.
Yeah.
I just wonder if they can get the guarantee. The guarantees are what matter above all else.
Of course.
Like getting caught up in the
always the
AAV.
matter.
I think if they can get the guarantees north of 50, it gets really hard for all parties to say no. And maybe that's 2 years at 28 and you're done. Like, are you really going to get caught up? And you can write the deal to make it look like anything, right? Like you can write it to be a 4-year, $110 million deal. But if at the bottom line gets you 2 years and $53 million guaranteed, I feel like you get a signature.
Yeah, and I think Tyreek Hill that's about what he had, 52, 53 million guaranteed last year. And he, of course, was going to turn 30. So, or he either was 30 or going to play at 30. So, yeah, I mean, that could. And I think the hard part for this team, too, is clearly whether people believe it or whatever, they want McLaurin back. Like, they understand like what his value is to this team and the area. I think there's, and there's a heavily analytics-based group, right? But what I think you're also, if you're looking at this, if you're a McLaurin fan, you can be myopic and say, pay him. They can't be myopic with any of this. And you have to look at, okay, you have this extension here. Well, next year, if it all goes well, you could have Laramie Tunsil for an extension. Deron Payne's contract will be a conversation point after the season, right? Marshawn Lattimore. What if he plays well? Do you extend him? You have Frankie Louvu will be so like there's multiple guys coming up that you have to also worry about them. And like Louvu, if he has a big year, is going to get bigger, much bigger. Will get a really good deal because he's still in that prime. So those are things that that they are having to weigh in this entire situation. So, and then of course in a couple of years you have Daniels, who's going to have a mega deal.
Right.
So I think all those things weigh on that. And I mean, for McLaurin, I mean, he's clearly been a very good player for them. We know that. We've seen it. We know what he means to this team, to the community, to the locker room. But I think it's always been a tricky one because depending on how intent they are about getting it above a certain amount, and he seems pretty resolute, I think it's going to be difficult to get what I think they really, really have wanted. So can both sides, one go up, one go down, and reach that? Because you don't want this hanging over your head during the season. And if you're the team, you don't want that. if you're McLaurin, like you'd like to have that security for the next few years, because what if you don't go? What if you go out and you don't have the kind of year you have? Well, we can all say, well, they can just franchise tag him, but what if they get to like, it's $30.4 million? Do you want to do that? And then he's got to hit the market, and then but you know what I mean? Like, so I think there's a lot of things at play here. The injury factor is always a factor, right? So there's just so much at play. But I think, both sides are going to, in any situation, both sides have to give something to make it work.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're right.
One thing that could be really interesting is looking at Louvu this time next year, and maybe they get it done way earlier. Who knows? But Louvu, the situations with him coming off an expiring contract. Terry's birthday is September 15th. Week 2, week 3. On September 15th, Terry turns 30. Next year, week 2, week 3, on September 19th, Louvu will turn 30. Just kind of interesting parallels there.
Yeah.
Different positions, different accomplishments, but interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that, it's funny because, like, for McLaurin's point, like, I did it, like, he's only been in the league 7 years, and he, when he was at Ohio State, his first couple of years, he didn't play, so feeling like, hey, yes, I'm going to be 30, but I don't have that same mileage as others. But they're going to point to the history, and it's like the history for receivers at that age is not that they can't play, but it's just that the effectiveness starts to go down at a certain point. And then what is the number you're comfortable paying somebody in not this year, because this year he's playing under 30, right? But when he's 31, 32, maybe 33, what are you comfortable paying? Knowing the history of receivers, and so it's why I say, like, with McLaurin, like, you're looking at, he's going to look at himself and like, I'm different, and they're going to have to look at the numbers and say, well, we don't know, because who does know? But it's why I've always thought it would be a difficult one, because
it's complex.
It's complex, and I think both sides, you can say, like, okay, I get it. I mean, I understand why you want to feel valued this way. I mean, who doesn't? So,
For sure. John, thank you, man. We'll see you in the morning.
Jay. Be cool, brother.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
That's our guy, John Keim. Give him a follow at John_Keim, Keim. Check out the John Keim Report. Coming right back with some Nats news before Nats baseball.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Commanders President Mark Klaus testifying for the D.C. Council's second day of hearings on the RFK Stadium Redevelopment Act. The club will be responsible for all cost overruns for the stadium and parking projects. Nationals baseball coming up against the Astros in Game 3. 140 is your pregame show with Mackenzie Gore to the Hill. The Braves are acquiring reliever Tyler Kinley from the Colorado Rockies. The Yankees acquire outfielder Austin Slater from the White Sox. The Astros are talking with the Twins about returning Carlos Correa to Houston. Correa was not in the Twins lineup today. Looking to upgrade your office game at PVI? We'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Trade deadline lurking for baseball, and the Nats have made their first move.
All right.
This has been widely reported. I saw it from Jeff Passan first. I'm reading from Mark Zuckerman. Andrew Chaffin and Luis Garcia are both headed to the Angels. In return, they're getting minor leaguers Sam Brown, a first baseman, and Jake Etter, who's a left-handed pitcher. Those guys are in the minors. This is what's going to happen, right? I don't think we got much of a surprise. But I'm reading this from Andrew Golden. You got to like this. The Nats got 10 appearances out of Luis Garcia, who they claimed off waivers, and 26 appearances out of Chafin. They got him on a minor league deal, and they turned those expiring contracts into a controllable pitcher and a first baseman. Not a bad return. We'll see.
Yeah,
I think you're going to see plenty of these.
That's the approach you got to take with this team.
Right.
Wait and see.
Right. I am excited. I'm going to the Nats game Sunday. Shout out to Bennett. I'm fired up to go. And that dude Mizorowski is pitching for the Brewers. So get to see a young fireballer, which should be pretty cool.
All right.
Excited about that.
I may be there Sunday. I just thought about it now.
Yeah, make it happen. Make it happen, Captain.
Guy hit me a thing today. Said somebody come into the game.
There you go.
That's the third, right?
I think so.
That's the Ring of Fame, make the Wall of Fame or Hall of Fame stuff.
Oh, is that where they're honoring the 91 skins?
Yeah.
You should definitely go. You should be down there on the field. Who will they have there?
I know Charles is supposed
Sunday
to go.
is the third.
A few other people. I know Charles has sent it out, so it was a lot of guys he had connected with.
That'd be awesome, man. Hopefully a lot of folks are there and enjoying it. It looks like latest update I've seen on this RFK hearing, Mayor Bowser just told the D.C. Council there are plans for a new fire station as part of the RFK development. I know there had been a lot of talk about getting a new fire station over there.
I would think you want a fire station if you're putting all that new stuff over there. That makes a lot of sense.
Sure. We're pro fire stations on this program. The other thing I wanted to mention, if you go on Instagram, there's a account called Member for a Day. Yeah. And Member for a Day gets hookups at really, really great golf courses across the country, private courses. And for charitable donations, you can go play these private courses. And so there are 2 spots available. I guess, no, they don't have us playing together. We're playing separate, right?
Yeah.
So if you'd like to play Woodmont Country Club, which is a hell of a golf track up there in Rockville, where they have the U.S. Open qualifier every year. If you'd like to play Woodmont with either Brian or myself, check out Member for a Day. It's for a great cause. Benefits Crohn's and colitis, really awful diseases that strike people, stomach cancer, basically, right? And is that the right way of saying it? So check out Member for a Day for that. I shared it. I'm guessing B shared it. Yeah. What do you think is going on in Terry McLaurin's head right now? First off day, he reported he's been signing autographs. Like, is his head spinning? Like, is he locked in for this?
Locked in for the
holdout? Like, how long it's going to go?
I don't have a clue, man. Listen, I think you should have one mind, and then when Sutton's deal is signed, I think you have to readjust. And because if you see that's how the league is going, you got to understand. But I also feel that this team should also look at him a little bit and say, you know what? Dude that's been around and been that bright spot for a while, and pay a little more. I'm not saying drastic more, but a little more.
It's got to weigh on you, though, don't you think?
Yeah, it does. But that's what I said yesterday, and I'll say it over and over again. That player better realize he is the final say, not the agent.
Right. At some point, the agent might want to have some sort of record-breaking deal that, to be honest, might help him sign other clients. But, like, at some point, maybe Terry's like, dude, get the best and final and let's get this done. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, and I don't know this, we can even ask it about Cosme. When they go to New England next week, would PUP guys travel for that joint practice and then the preseason game?
Do what?
Players on the PUP list. Let's just talk Cosme specifically. Do you think he'll travel next week?
I don't think so.
So then we wouldn't think Terry would travel next week, right?
I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't either. Somebody yesterday at practice, I think, asked me, like, oh, you haven't been betting much on the show. And you're not incorrect. One, the training camp shows are just so busy and chaotic that it's hard. But it's just baseball. I guess you could be betting WNBA. There is stuff to be betting. We'll get back at it next week and kind of lock that in. I did want to ask the room something. I reported earlier, per sources, that Linnell Willingham ate my old salad.
Uh-huh.
And it was in one of these nice containers that my wife yells at me about.
Throw it away?
No, and I saw him after he had eaten it, and I said, hey, don't forget to give me that container. We are off the air in 2 minutes for Nats baseball. Linnell has not given me the container yet. Brian, do you think he's going to give me that container?
Probably not.
Landfill, do you think he's going to remember to give me that container?
You need to go get it.
Jeffrey?
You're the one got to deal
I actually
with
think
Lauren
he
when you get
is
home.
because he washed it out and he said, yo, can you take this to JP? I said, no, he gave it to you. You ate out of it.
You couldn't have just brought it for me so I actually get it?
I think he's going to give it to you.
I'll be out the door in 3 minutes.
And you're going to get in trouble when you get home. So you better go get that damn thing.
Hopefully.
That hopefully didn't sound like you got that much faith. Jeff looks like a farmer in his hat right now. We need to get Jeff some overalls. Just overalls.
I have some. They're called
Overalls
waders.
and a tank top. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Mark Zuckerman for joining us. Zuck's about to be busy, man.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. And thank you to John Keim for joining us. We're back in Ashburn tomorrow. If you see us, say what's up. If you see a guy that looks like Eddie George, just yell, Eddie George. Nats baseball coming your way
that
next.
guy?
Mackenzie Gore on the bump. Made it this far. Linnell owes you a Tupperware container.
Mm-hmm.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Baseball is back in Washington, D.C.
Here's the pitch, and the flashbulbs go off. It's in there.